Hello everyone, and welcome to what I can assure you is going to prove to be quite an intense challenge for Digimon World. This is a challenge where I am only allowed to recruit Digimon if the Digimon that I'm recruiting is the same Digimon as my partner Digimon. So, in other words, I can only recruit Birdramon if my partner Digimon is Birdramon. I can only recruit Centaurumon if my partner Digimon is Centaurumon. I can only recruit Greymon if my partner Digimon is Greymon. I can only recruit MetalGreymon if my partner Digimon is MetalGreymon, etc, etc. And I've started the game with Agumon, which means that I can recruit Agumon, the Agumon who's in the native forest. I can recruit him, but apart from that, I can't do any more recruiting unless Agumon digivolves, and then depending on what Digimon he digivolves into, I might then be able to recruit another Digimon. For example, if Agumon was to digivolve to a Digimon who I am currently able to recruit, then I would be able to recruit that Digimon. It would be a champion Digimon, of course. And if it's possible for me to then digivolve to an ultimate Digimon and recruit that ultimate Digimon, then I would be able to also do that. But when it comes to every lifespan, I'm going to be very restricted when it comes to how much progress I can make, how many Digimon I can recruit, and I think it's pretty much inevitable that I am going to need an awful lot of lifespans, and I'm going to need to digivolve to an awful lot of different Digimon in order to have any chance of this challenge being successful. In fact, if I was to aim for 100 prosperity points, recruit every Digimon, then I would need to digivolve to virtually every Digimon in the game. I say virtually because there are 3 ultimate Digimon that I can think of who you are able to digivolve to, who are not recruitable Digimon. Those 3 Digimon being Phoenixmon, Megaseedramon, and Hercules Carbuterimon. So I wouldn't need to digivolve to them, because I wouldn't be able to recruit any Digimon with them. But apart from that, I think that I am in a position where, for this challenge to be successful, I would have to pretty much digivolve to every single other Digimon. And here we go with the only recruitment that we are going to be able to do while we have Agumon as our Digimon. Okay, the battle was simple enough, like it usually is. and that brings us up to the dizzy heights of 1 prosperity point, and we now can't go any further with prosperity points while we have Agumon as our Digimon. In order for us to be able to recruit any more Digimon in this lifespan, I would have to Digivolve from Agumon to a Digimon who I am able to recruit in this lifespan. I was saying about 3 ultimate Digimon who I wouldn't need to Digivolve to, and despite the fact that you can't recruit any baby Digimon or in training Digimon, mostly due to the fact that those Digimon are already in the city at the start of the game, and you don't get any prosperity points for them. And, you know, you don't have to recruit them because they are essentially already recruited when you start the game, even though they're not worth any prosperity points. I am still going to need to Digivolve to every baby Digimon and every in-training Digimon, and the reason for that is because I am going to need to Digivolve to every rookie Digimon. There are 9 rookie Digimon in total, and I would need to have each of those 9 rookie Digimon as my partner Digimon in order to be able to recruit those 9 rookie Digimon. And however many champion Digimon there are in this game, I would have to Digivolve to every single one of them in order to be able to recruit every champion Digimon. And then when it comes to Ultimate Digimon, with the exception of Phoenixmon, Megaseedramon and Hercules Carbuterimon, I would have to Digivolve to every Ultimate Digimon in order to be able to recruit every Ultimate Digimon. So however many Digimon there are in this game, I believe that I can only afford to not Digivolve to 3 of them in order to be able to succeed at this challenge if I am aiming to complete the game, defeat the final boss, and make it up to 100 prosperity points. I would like to point out that when it comes to recruiting Digimon, the rules are that it's only the recruitment itself which has to be done with the same Digimon. So what I mean is, you know, when it comes to needing my partner Digimon to be the same Digimon as the Digimon that I'm recruiting, that only applies during the physical act of recruiting the Digimon, and it doesn't include progress towards recruiting Digimon if it's just progress towards recruiting a Digimon and the progress itself doesn't result in a recruitment there and then. For example, if the first Agumon battle, the battle that you have against Agumon at the Great Canyon, although that is progress towards recruiting Agumon, as well as progress towards recruiting Xiaomon and recruiting Weimon, the battle itself doesn't result in a recruitment, and therefore it can be done with any Digimon. That's just one example, but there are other examples as well, like for example when it comes to recruiting Tyrannomon, you don't recruit Tyrannomon by defeating Tyrannomon at the Dino region, nor do you recruit Tyrannomon by defeating Meteormon at the Dino region. You recruit Tyrannomon by returning to Tyrannomon and speaking to him after defeating Meteormon at the Dino region, which obviously would have required defeating Tyrannomon beforehand. So, when it comes to speaking to Tyrannomon and recruiting him, that would have to be done while I've got Tyrannomon as my Digimon. But when it comes to the individual battle against Tyrannomon and the individual battle against Meteormon, that can be done with any Digimon, because the individual battles don't result in a recruitment. The battles are progress towards a recruitment, but it's not a recruitment itself. So, the progress towards recruitments can be done with any Digimon. It's just the physical recruitment itself, where the Digimon that I'm recruiting has to be the same as my partner Digimon. If you see here, I've just spoken to Kunemon and had him had him help me get from the Cola Point to the tropical jungle, which is actually progress towards recruiting Kunemon. But nonetheless, I was still allowed to do that with Agumon, because I didn't recruit Kunemon there and then. And, I will, have to refrain from recruiting Kunemon while my Digimon is Agumon. I'll have to refrain from recruiting Kunemon while my Digimon is any Digimon other than Kunemon. But when it comes to progress towards recruiting Kunemon, it can be done with any Digimon, which is why I took the first step towards recruiting Kunemon with Agumon as my Digimon. And you might be wondering why I've come to the Amida Forest with Agumon as my Digimon instead of coming here with Centaurumon as my Digimon. And the reason for that is because I haven't come here to recruit Centaurumon. I'm not going to be recruiting Centaurumon, not here and now, not while I've got Agumon as my Digimon. Instead, I've only come here in pursuit of some items that can be collected from the Amida Forest. Mouldy Meat, Happy Mushroom, and High Speed Disc. I've come here to collect those items, not to recruit Centaurumon, and once I collect the items, I will then leave the Amida Forest without recruiting Centaurumon. And obviously, I have to pick the incorrect exit every time, or rather one of the incorrect exits every time, because I can't pick the correct exit because that would result in Centaurumon joining the city. So I have to pick the incorrect exit every time, which will send me back to the beginning of the Amida Forest, and then I can make another attempt to proceed through the Amida Forest in pursuit of the items that I'm after. I already have a Mouldy Meat and a High Speed Disc, so it's just a Happy Mushroom that I'm still after. There's an item that I can't collect because I don't have room in my inventory, medium MP is the item that I'm after, and I've just made room for the medium MP by removing a MP floppy from my inventory, and instead of simply discarding the MP floppy, I decided to offer the MP floppy to my Digimon. Firstly, for the benefit that my Digimon would have received from the item, you know, MP being recovered, and also because of the chance of my Digimon refusing to take the item, which would have given me the right to scold my Digimon and boost my discipline. And that did happen a couple of times, which I was happy about. And, okay, Happy Mushroom is now here, so once I make room for it in my inventory, I'll be able to collect the Happy Mushroom and then be done with the Amida Forest for now. I think I'll make room by offering my medium MPs to Agumon. I'm hoping he might refuse them, but he didn't, so I didn't get the opportunity to produce any scolds, but I made room nonetheless, and I now have the 3 items that I came for, and that's me done with the Amida Forest for now. With the route that I use in the Amida Forest, I'm able to get to the exit on the left without any problems, which means that if I want to go to the incorrect exit, then I want the exit on the left to be the incorrect exit, so that I can go straight to it without any trouble, and then get sent back to the beginning of the Amida Forest. If the exit on the left is the correct exit, and I want to avoid the correct exit, then I have a problem, because with the route that I use, I can't get to the middle exit or the exit on the right without getting shot, and so going to one of those exits is a bit more complicated. When you get shot, you lose half of your HP, and I don't know why I'm coming down here, because I am not allowed to recruit Kunemon at the moment. I might as well collect the Digimushroom that's in sight and check if there's one down here. There's not. Now I should avoid Kunemon and head back. You'll notice that I also avoided the Betamon at the Mangrove region, and I will continue to avoid recruiting Digimon who I can't recruit under these restrictions that I'm going by. Yeah, you get shot, it reduces your HP by half, and if your HP falls to 1 as a result of being shot, then you get sent back to the beginning of the Amida Forest, which did happen to me, and when that happens, you then have to recover HP in order to be able to go through the Amida Forest again. Otherwise your character will stop you from being able to proceed, and the simple solution is to just give a small recovery to your Digimon, which is what I did. I am keeping Agumon awake against his will, and you know, he wants to sleep and I'm not letting him sleep, and because of that, every time the clock is about to strike a new hour, I have to produce an animation. There I just produced an animation by scolding Agumon, and so far every time that the clock has struck a new hour while Agumon has wanted to sleep, I have produced an animation while the clock was striking a new hour, and I did that to avoid adverse effects, which I will comment on, but before that we've got the battle against Mojyamon, which is a perfectly fine battle to have because this individual battle does not result in a recruitment. Defeating that Mojyamon, among other things, can lead to you later recruiting, well, being able to recruit Meramon, Mojyamon, and Leomon. This battle against Mojyamon is the very first step, but the battle itself doesn't result in any immediate recruitment, which is why it was permitted in this challenge. And I was saying about the animations, when the clock strikes a new hour while your Digimon wants to sleep, your Digimon's happiness and discipline will go down. If it keeps happening, you know, if the clock keeps striking a new hour while your Digimon wants to sleep, then I think that it eventually results in your Digimon becoming sick. But by preventing this problem, you can produce an animation when the clock is about to strike a new hour. That will stop the adverse effects from happening. That's why I've been producing animations when the clock has, you know, been about to strike a new hour while my Digimon has wanted to sleep. And there are multiple ways of producing animations. You could praise your Digimon You could scold your Digimon, you could feed your Digimon, you could offer your Digimon an item of some sort. It all counts as an animation. If you praise your Digimon as a way of producing an animation, then it will cause your happiness to go up, but cause your discipline to go down. But that's better than having both your happiness and discipline go down, and being, having the risk of becoming sick or being put closer to becoming sick. If you produce the animation by scolding your Digimon, then discipline will go up, but happiness will go down. But again, it's better than having both your happiness and discipline go down. Again, it helps with preventing the sickness. If you were to feed your Digimon as a way of producing an animation, then you would have to rely on your Digimon wanting to eat at around the time of when the animation would be needed. Otherwise you would end up force feeding your Digimon, which would negatively impact your happiness and discipline. If you were to offer your Digimon, say like a small recovery or an MP floppy, and your Digimon was to refuse the item, then that would be all well and good. But if your Digimon was to take the item, then you would end up losing that item, which would be a bit wasteful. If you were to have an item on you which you can offer your Digimon, and it's a guarantee that your Digimon would refuse the item, then that's probably the best way to go about producing animations, because it won't have any negative impact on your happiness or discipline. There would be no risk of your Digimon taking the item, so there'd be no risk of you making any sort of loss. You would be able to offer the item. You would always have the option to offer the item when the animation is needed. You wouldn't be dependent on anything in order to be able to offer the item at the right time. Such examples of items that you can offer your Digimon, which they definitely won't take, would include something like the mansion key that you collect at Greylord's mansion, or the blue flute that you get given by SkullGreymon. You can offer those items to your Digimon, and the Digimon will definitely refuse it. And I temporarily put the mouldy meats back into the item bank to create a space in my inventory so that I could be given meat by Kunemon, and the meat has been put into the item bank. I've taken a mouldy meat back out of the item bank. And one thing that I would like to say is that although I am keeping Agumon awake against his will, I am going to let him sleep when we are 1 hour away from the hour in which he is due to wake up on. Agumon wakes up at 4 AM, which is 2 hours away. It's currently 2 AM. So when it's 3 AM, we will be 1 hour away from the hour in which Agumon would wake up on. And I do plan to let Agumon sleep at 3 AM, the hour before he is due to wake up on. And the reason for that is in the interest of trying to speed up Agumon's Digivolution. Because the way in which the evolution... Well, you have to have, you know, certain Digimon for a certain amount of time before it's possible for them to Digivolve. When it comes to rookie Digimon digivolving to champion Digimon, you have to have the rookie Digimon for a minimum of 3 days before it can Digivolve. But the way in which the evolution counter works can be a bit misleading, and I'm not sure what to do here. It would be nice to have a blue apple. Well, I'm going to need Agumon to be sick when I go to Freezeland, so I'll give him the mouldy meat now, make him sick, and create a space in my inventory for the blue apple that I wanted to collect. Yeah, the evolution counter, the way it works can be a bit misleading. When your Digimon is awake, the evolution counter goes up by 1 hour every time an hour passes, but when you let your Digimon sleep, the number of hours that the evolution counter goes up by can be different to the number of hours that your Digimon actually sleeps for. And so the number of hours that you have a Digimon for isn't always consistent with what the evolution counter says. We are approaching 4 AM, so we do need to let Agumon sleep. I am heading to the Great Canyon from here, and then to Freezeland. I currently only have 1 prosperity point, which means that I haven't been informed of the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon, because you need to have a minimum of 6 prosperity points in order for Meramon to tell you about the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon. But fortunately, there is a way of entering the Great Canyon without being informed of the invisible bridge. I think it's just called the invisible bridge skip. I'm doing... Okay, well, I was attempting the setup for it, and I ended up messing up at it, so I'll try again. But I was using the slow setup, the easy setup, and hopefully I'll be able to pull it off and then enter the Great Canyon despite not being told about the invisible bridge. Yeah, so when your Digimon sleeps, the evolution counter goes up by a fixed amount, regardless of how long your Digimon actually sleeps for. Okay, I did pull off the invisible bridge skip. And that means that if you keep your Digimon awake against its will, and then don't let it sleep until later on, then it will speed up your Digimon's Digivolution, because if your with rookie Digimon, when they sleep, I think that the evolution counter goes up by 9 hours, which means that if you keep your rookie Digimon awake for 23 hours, then the evolution counter would go up by 23 hours, and if you then let your Digimon sleep for 1 hour, then even though you've only slept for 1 hour, I think that the evolution counter would go up by 9 hours. And so even though it only would have been a 24-hour period, I believe that the evolution counter would have gone up by 32 hours. And I want the evolution counter to go up as quickly as possible, because I want Agumon to Digivolve to his next Digimon as quickly as possible, so I'm keeping him awake against his will. Firstly, that makes it possible for me to make more progress with Agumon, because by being awake for more hours, it gives me more hours in which I'm able to make progress. So, you know, it enables me to make more progress while I've got Agumon as my Digimon, and also it speeds up Agumon's Digivolution. So I am going to need to be producing animations when my Digimon wants to sleep, and also I'll have the same problem if my Digimon is sick or injured. I will need to produce animations when the clock is about to strike a new hour in order to avoid adverse effects. With injury, producing an animation will stop your happiness and discipline from going down, and it will also prevent the injury from turning into sickness. As for sickness, producing an animation will stop your happiness and discipline from going down, and will also prevent your Digimon from dying from the sickness, you know, losing a life from the sickness. When I was at the Amida Forest, I did grind for a mouldy meat, and you can probably see what I used the mouldy meat for. I used it to make Agumon sick in Friesland so that Frigimon would rescue us, thus taking the first step towards recruiting Frigimon, because you have to go to Friesland with a Digimon who is vulnerable to the cold. The Digimon has to become sick, then Frigimon will rescue you, and that will be the first step towards Frigimon's recruitment. The next step, which is also the final step, is to return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, speak to him, and he'll then join the city afterwards, and in this challenge my Digimon will need to be Frigimon when I return to Frigimon and speak to him and recruit him. The reason why I grinded for a happy mushroom at the Amida Forest was so that I could trade the happy mushroom with one of the Mojyamons, and the reason why I grinded for a high-speed disc at the Amida Forest was again for it to be used as an item to be traded with the Mojyamons in Friesland. Throughout this challenge, I've also been grinding for Digimushrooms, which are another item that's needed for Mojyamon trading, and I traded all of my Digimushrooms and got medium recoveries in return. Medium recoveries are another item that's needed for Mojyamon trades, and I traded all of my medium recoveries for super defense discs, which I will be able to sell at a substantial profit. In order to recruit Mojyamon, you have to trade at least one of every item with every Mojyamon. There are 3 Mojyamons in total, who each want 3 separate items, totaling to 9 different items. And in order to recruit Mojyamon, you have to trade at least one of all 9 of those items with the Mojyamons, and when you trade the 9th and final item, that will result in Mojyamon joining the city. So by trading items with the Mojyamons, I am making progress towards recruiting Mojyamon, but I haven't yet recruited Mojyamon because I've only traded some of the items, not all of them. And when it comes to trading the 9th and final item, which will result in Mojyamon joining the city, I will need my own Digimon to be Mojyamon. I only needed 1 Happy Mushroom to trade with the Mojyamons, and I only really wanted 1 Happy Mushroom as well. Same with the high speed discs, I only really needed 1 and only really wanted 1, but with Digimushrooms I wanted as many as possible, and that's why, you know, while travelling through the game, I have been looking out for Digimushrooms, as well as other items as well, such as like blue apples, Dulux mushrooms, ice mushrooms, etc, etc, you know, items that could come in handy. But I have particularly been looking out for Digimushrooms because of the fact that I can trade those Digimushrooms for medium recoveries, which is an excellent trade because medium recoveries cost 500 bits to purchase and they recover 1500 HP, and the medium recoveries can be traded for super defense discs, which can be sold for 2000 bits each, enough money to buy 4 medium recoveries, which is enough to recover 6000 HP. I am entering the Trash Mountain, but I'm not going to be recruiting Sukamon. I can't do that with Agumon as my Digimon. I would need to have Sukamon as my Digimon. The only reason why I've come here is for the old fishing rod, and once I collect that, I will be done with the Trash Mountain for the time being, and then I can return to the Gear Savannah and proceed from there. And I do want this lifespan to end as quickly as possible. That's why I want Agumon to Digivolve as quickly as possible. And when I have nothing more useful to do in this lifespan, rather than wait for my Digimon to fade away naturally, my intention is to deliberately get defeated in battles and die as a result of running out of lives, losing all 3 of my lives, so that this lifespan will end more quickly and I'll be able to move on to my next lifespan more quickly. And the reason for this is because there is something that I am aiming for in a future lifespan, something that I would like to be able to do, and there is a deadline. So I want to get to that future lifespan as quickly as possible, so that I will hopefully be able to do the thing that I would like to be able to do. And the best thing that I can do in order to maximise my chances of that being possible is to get through this lifespan and any other lifespans as quickly as possible by digivolving as quickly as possible. Hence me, speeding up the evolution counter by not letting my Digimon sleep until the final hour, so that the evolution counter will be ahead of how long I've actually had my Digimon for. And also the desire to end my life by getting defeated in battles and running out of lives, instead of waiting for my Digimon to naturally fade away. You know, getting defeated in battles and running out of lives, is a much quicker way of dying, rather than waiting for your Digimon to fade away. And after selling a load of items at the item shop here, and then purchasing items, I did also want to make some progress with purchasing Digimon cards, but unfortunately money was very tight, so I was only able to buy a few. I am going to need to purchase more Digimon cards in the future. I purchased a giant meat from the item shop in the Gear Savannah, because that is an item that is needed for a Mojyamon trade. You can get giant meats more easily by recruiting Palmon, who upgrades the meat farm, and she gives you giant meats instead of regular meats. But I can't currently recruit Palmon, and I am aiming to have Mojyamon recruited before Palmon, so that's why I went about getting a giant meat by purchasing one from the Gear Savannah item shop. That to me seemed like the easiest and most plausible way of getting a giant meat. I also purchased 98 medium recoveries. I didn't buy 99 because I knew that I would be travelling through Mount Panorama, and there are a few collectible items in Mount Panorama, including a medium recovery. So to me, I was hoping to get that Digimushroom, but was unsuccessful. To me, it made more sense to purchase 98 medium recoveries. There is the medium recovery. Purchase 98 medium recoveries, and then collect the medium recovery in Mount Panorama, bringing me up to 99 medium recoveries, instead of buying 99 medium recoveries and then being unable to collect the medium recovery that's in Mount Panorama. And while I was in that room, I also acknowledged the crop circle that's in there, which is the first step towards recruiting Vademon. There are a few other steps, but the first step has been taken. A pile of boulders are about to become history. There used to be a pile of boulders there, which was blocking the native forest from Mount Panorama, and there are two ways of clearing the boulders. One of them is to get into the battle against Meramon in the lava cave, and that results in the boulders being cleared. You don't actually have to win the battle against Meramon. Even if you lose the battle against Meramon, the boulders will still be cleared, because just before the battle there's a scene, during that scene Meramon produces an action which is what causes the boulders to disappear. The other way to clear the boulders is to do what I did, go from the native forest to the tropical jungle to the Great Canyon to Friesland, all the way through to Mount Panorama, and then just go from Mount Panorama to the native forest, and then the boulders will be history. Okay, the item bank is being a bit glitchy, where an item seems to be disappearing from the item bank, which is strange and potentially concerning. Well, with Agumon being the only recruited Digimon, the item bank is the only thing that I've got in the city, or at least out of the things that get created by Digimon who join the city, things that happen when Digimon join the city. The item bank is the only thing that I've got going for me at the moment. I don't even have an item shop in the city. So currently I would have to rely on the Gear Savannah item shop, which is only available for the first 15 days of the year. I don't have the clinic, so I have no way of treating injury or sickness unless I've got bandages or medicine on me, and I also have to rely on Digimon's house when it comes to resting, because I can't rest at the clinic because I don't have the clinic. I won't be able to, have the clinic until I have Centaurimon as my Digimon, so that I can recruit Centaurimon. And because of that, we also won't be seeing Kunemon in Mount Panorama anytime soon, because in order for Kunemon to show up, you need to recruit Centarumon so that there's a clinic in the city, and you have to speak to Centarumon in the clinic so that your character is aware of the clinic, and then that results in Kunemon showing up in Mount Panorama, who is a recruitable Digimon, but we would need Centarumon in order to be able to recruit Centarumon and get the clinic set up. And when it comes to recruiting Kunemon, we would need to have Kunemon as our Digimon. I am now battling a red Vegiemon, and the reason for this is because I'm hoping to get a super carrot from him. I feel like that battle was harder than it should have been, but we got a super carrot on our very first try, and I'm very relieved about that. Firstly, because a super carrot was what I was after, and secondly, the battle against Red Vegiemon proved to be a lot more difficult than I was expecting, and I didn't want to have to repeatedly battle the Red Vegiemon because I was worried about how badly I might do at the battles. But we defeated Red Vegiemon once and got a super carrot, and now I've come here at the Dragon Eye Lake to use my old fishing rod to try and catch a black trout and a Digianchovy, although at the moment we've only got one space in our inventory, which is a problem. Okay, we have a Digianchovy, but we're going to need a space for the black trout, so I'm offering a small recovery to Agumon. He declined, so I'll scold him. I'll move so that there's the chance of him declining again, but he didn't decline, he took it, and that was the only small recovery in our inventory, which means that we now have a space in our inventory for a black trout, and I'm using the Digianchovy that I caught as bait to try and catch the black trout, because if I was to use meat, okay, I've got the black trout. If I was to... okay, now I'm going to have to catch another Digianchovy. If I was to use meat to try... okay, I've got another Digianchovy. So I have... in my inventory now I have both a black trout and a Digianchovy. If I was to use meat to try and catch a black trout, then chances are a Digianchovy would take the bait instead, because meat works against Digianchovies as well as black trouts, and the old rod isn't as good at reaching the black trouts as it is at reaching the Digianchovies. So if I was to, use a meat to try and catch a black trout, chances are a Digianchovy would take it instead. However, Digianchovies can be used as bait, and black trouts go for Digianchovies, whereas Digianchovies don't go for Digianchovies, which means that if I was to use a Digianchovy as bait to try and catch a black trout, then there would be no risk of a Digianchovy taking it. The only fish within range that would be able to take the bait would be the black trouts, who were the fish that I was after. So the Digianchovy that I caught, I then used that as bait to catch a black trout. And then I used another meat to replace the Digianchovy that I lost when catching the black trout. I used a meat to catch the first Digianchovy, then I used the Digianchovy to catch a black trout, and then I used another meat to catch another Digianchovy, resulting in me having one of each fish. And the reason why I was after a Digianchovy and black trout and super carrot is because all three of those items are items that are needed for Mojyamon trades. One of the Mojyamons, I've already traded a Digimushroom and Happy Mushroom with him, and the only other item that I need to trade with him is a super carrot, which I've got. There's a different Mojyamon who I've already traded a medium recovery with, and the other two items that you need to trade with him are a Digianchovy and an Omni Floppy. Digianchovy I've already got in my inventory, and conveniently, when you trade a super carrot with the Mojyamon who wants a super carrot, you get an Omni Floppy in return, and so as a result of that, I will also be able to trade an Omni Floppy with the Mojyamon who wants an Omni Floppy. And there's no mention of the invisible bridge from the Meramon, despite the fact that I've been to the Great Canyon, and that is because I don't have 6 prosperity points, unfortunately. I'm still stuck at 1. And then the other Mojyamon, we've already traded a high speed disc with him, and the two other items that we need to trade with him are a giant meat and a black trout. We do have both of those items, and so we are in a position where we are physically capable of recruiting Mojyamon as we speak. However, I can't recruit Mojyamon while I've got Agumon as my Digimon. So instead, I'm going to trade 8 of the 9 items with the Mojyamons, so that I'll be just 1 item away, just 1 trade away from being able to recruit Mojyamon, so that when I do have Mojyamon as my Digimon, all I'll have to do is trade one item with the Mojyamon, the last remaining item, and then that will mean that Mojyamon will join the city and I will recruit him while I've got Mojyamon as my own Digimon. And I'm doing it in a way where the Mojyamon who wants Digimushrooms, Happy Mushrooms and Super Carrots, all of the trades with him will be done. The Mojyamon who wants Medium Recoveries, Digi Anchovies and Omni Floppies, all of the trades with him will be done. That will just leave the other Mojyamon where 2 of the 3 trades will be done, Giant Meat and High Speed Disc, leaving just the Black Trout, which is currently in the item bank and ready for me when I need it. And that means that that particular Mojyamon is going to be the Mojyamon who will join the city when I do the final trade with him, when I trade the Black Trout with him. Because I've already said that there are 3 Mojyamon who each want 3 different items, totaling to 9 separate items, and the Mojyamon who you do the 9th and final trade with is the Mojyamon who joins the city, and by him joining the city you then lose the ability to do any more trading with that individual Mojyamon. Once again I have to do the invisible bridge skip, and once again I'm doing it the slow way, using the slow setup which has the best chance of working. So yeah, the Mojyamon who I'm going, the Mojyamon who you do the final trade with is the, I did pause here for a bit and then I carried on, and I speeded it up so it was only brief for you viewers. I did pause for a couple of minutes or so. The Mojyamon who you do the 9th and final trade with is the Mojyamon who joins the city, which means that you lose the ability to do any further trading with that Mojyamon, whereas the other 2 Mojyamons remain in Freeze Land, and you can continue to do trades with them. And those are the 2 Mojyamons who I value the most when it comes to the trading that can be done with them. The Mojyamon who I'm aiming to recruit, I value him the least when it comes to the trading that can be done with him, and so I feel like I'm losing less by losing the ability to trade with him than what I would be losing if I was to lose the ability to trade with one of the 2 other Mojyamons. So I always ensure that the 9th and final trade is done with the Mojyamon who wants Giant Meats, High Speed Discs and Black Trouts, so that he's the one who joins the city. I make sure that I do all 6 of the other trades with the other 2 Mojyamons first, so that they will remain in Freeze Land and I can continue to trade with them. And as well as having new items on me that I haven't yet traded with the Mojyamons, I also have 99 medium recoveries on me, which I plan to trade with the Mojyamon in return for super defense discs. Oh, ice machine. So that I can trade those super defense discs. Sorry, so that I can trade the medium recoveries for super defense discs, so that I can then sell those super defense discs and then make a substantial profit from it, and then end up with more money overall. The super carrot, which I got from defeating a red Vegemon, you don't have to defeat a red Vegemon in order to end up with a super carrot. If you were to recruit Vegemon, then you can buy super carrots from him, but I've already explained that I plan to recruit Mojyamon before recruiting Palmon, and you have to recruit Palmon before you can recruit Vegemon. So, in the interest of wanting to get a super carrot at the earliest opportunity, I decided to get a super carrot by defeating a red Vegemon instead of having to wait for Vegemon to join the city. And as you know, I purchased a giant meat from the Gear Savannah item shop so that I could get a giant meat straight away instead of having to wait until Palmon joins the city. The Digimushrooms and medium recoveries were easy enough to get hold of. The high speed disc was easy enough to get hold of. The fish were easy enough to get hold of, and the Omni Floppy was easy enough to get hold of because of the super carrot, and the super carrot in itself was easy enough to get hold of. I'm just trading my medium recoveries first. That's them done. So now I trade the Digianchovy and the Omni Floppy, and now I've traded 8 of the 9 items. All that's left is the Black Trout, which is located in the item bank. And for quite a few hours, Agumon has wanted to sleep, and because of that, I've gone back to needing to produce animations at the right times, you know, when the clock is about to strike a new hour. And I'm going back to this Mojyamon just to trade the Digimushrooms that I've got for medium recoveries, even though I can't trade any more medium recoveries for any more super defense discs due to the fact that I've got 99 super defense discs in my inventory. I was still able to make the good trade of trading the Digimushrooms that were in my item banks, that were in my inventory, in exchange for medium recoveries, and that will save me a bit of money, because when I buy back medium recoveries, I won't have to buy 99 medium recoveries, because I'll already be a bit of the way there. Just looking out for a Digimushroom. I did collect a
second. So I was looking out for an ice mushroom. There was the one ice mushroom that I collected a while ago, and then more recently, just after doing the trading with the Mojyamons, I then found another ice mushroom, and then in the previous area, I was looking out for an ice mushroom. I didn't have any joy. I'm not really interested in Digimushrooms anymore, because I now consider them to be small fry, because it's very easy for me to purchase 99 medium recoveries, trade them for 99 super defense discs, sell the super defense discs at a huge profit, buy another 99 medium recoveries, and repeat the process until I've got more than enough money. So, you know, I'm able to make a large amount of money in a short amount of time, without a great deal of hassle. So I'm now viewing Digimushrooms as small fry, because of all the money that I can make by the Mojyamon money trick, you know, the trade-in of the medium recoveries for super defense discs, and then the selling of the super defense discs. I am still looking out for other items that could be of use, like happy mushrooms, ice mushrooms, blue apples, dulux mushrooms, things like that. But Digimushrooms are not really of interest to me anymore. And I'm going to be heading back to the Gear Savannah item shop and sell the unwanted items that are in my inventory. Most importantly, the 99 super defense discs. And then, if I want to, I can buy back. I can then purchase some items from the item shop. At the very least, it would make sense to buy back 99 medium recoveries. And also, I can purchase more Digimon cards and hopefully get Digimon cards that would be worth 300 merit points at the Volume Villa, so that I can then trade in the Digimon cards, get 300 merit points, and then use those merit points to get the Amazing Rod, which is a big upgrade from the old rod. I will have to, you know, go back to the Gecko Swamp and defeat Otamamon in order to be granted access to the Volume Villa. But before that, I would like to come here to get the necessary Digimon cards, as well as dealing with the item shop as well. So I've got over 200,000 bits. I can buy back medium recoveries, max out on autopilots, and I don't want to buy 99 medium recoveries because I've already got some in the item bank. so I'd end up with too many if I was to buy 99 medium recoveries. But by buying 90, however many medium MPs I've got in the item bank, you know, I should be able to add those to the medium MPs that are in my inventory and not go above 99 medium MPs. So I've been able to buy individual cards, and now I need to buy packs of 3 because there are no more individual cards that I can buy. So how am I doing? 30 points, 60 points, 90 points, 120 points, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 210, 220, 225, 235, 245, 250, 270, 280, 285, 292, 296, 300. I think I make that 305 if I counted correctly. So 4, 8, 15, 20, 30, 50, 55, 65, 75, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 210, 240, 270, 300. Okay, we've got Digimon cards worth 300 merit points. So by defeating Otamamon at the Gecko Swamp, we can gain access to the Volume Villa and help ourselves to the Amazing Rod. And also Shogun Geckomon will mention to us about the Misty Trees and the fog within the Misty Trees, and Cherrymon, which will result in us being able to get through the Misty Trees more easily, and it will also result in us being able to encounter Cherrymon, which will lead to us having access to Toy Town, which can eventually result in us recruiting Mojyamon. And it also helps with recruiting Nanimon as well, because Toy Town is one of the locations where you can encounter Nanimon, but in order to recruit Nanimon, you have to encounter him at all 5 of his locations before he will join the city. In this challenge, there's no harm with defeating Otamamon. You don't recruit any Digimon by defeating Otamamon. Defeating Otamamon is progress towards being able to recruit Mojyamon, and also somewhat Nanimon. But you don't directly recruit any Digimon just from defeating Otamamon. So we are well within our rights to defeat Otamamon in this challenge, but we do need to be careful because our maximum HP is only 800, and I imagine that Agumon will be vulnerable to ice techniques, which is what Otamamon uses. Unfortunately, we didn't have any small recoveries in our inventory, which meant that we weren't able to recover HP by using small recoveries. Instead, we had to use medium recoveries, which was kind of wasteful because we weren't getting the full effect by using medium recoveries. You know, if we had, say, 300 HP and we used a small recovery and put our HP up to 800, then our HP would have recovered by 500 and we would have got the full effect of the small recovery. But if we had used a medium recovery and put our HP from 300 up to 800, thus recovering our HP by 500, then we only would have been getting a third of the full effects of the medium recovery, because medium recoveries recover HP by 1500, which is almost double what our maximum HP is. Right, so let's get the amazing rod, shall we? There's the 300 merit points. Okay, we have used all of our cards. There's the amazing rod, it's now ours. And I don't think we have any further use for the volume villa. I am continuing to keep Agumon awake against his will. I am continuing to produce animations accordingly, and like with before, I'm going to let Agumon sleep when we are 1 hour away from the hour that he would normally wake up from. I didn't want to speak to him, I wanted to speak to Agumon instead. Yeah, when we get to 3 AM, when we are 1 hour away from the hour that Agumon would wake up from, that is when I will let Agumon sleep, so that 1 hour will go by, but the evolution counter I think will go by, I think will go up by 9 hours, which I think will speed up our Digivolution by 8 hours. Yeah, for every 24-hour period, I think that our evolution will be speeded up by 8 hours. So if it's 8 hours a day, then I think that works out that in the space of 3 days, we would speed up the Digivolution by 24 hours, which is an extra day. There you can see we've only got 1 prosperity point. So yes, by keeping a rookie Digimon awake against its will and only sleeping for 1 hour, I think it works out that for every 3 days that go by, the evolution counter will go by 4 days. It will go up by 4 days. And here I am challenging a Kunemon, which could be seen as a controversial choice of action. But allow me to explain myself. I do have a good reason for this, and the reason is that the Digimon that I'm hoping to Digivolve to is Meramon, and one of the requirements for Digivolving to Meramon is to have a minimum of 10 battles. I had a battle against the Agumon in the native forest, the Mojyamon in the drill tunnel, the Otamamon at the gecko swamp, the red Vegemon in the tropical jungle. That's 4 battles, so I need another 6 battles to top it up. That's now 2 Kunemons defeated, which means I'm now at 6 battles, which means that I now only need to have 4 more battles in order to be at 10 battles, which is one of the Digivolution requirements for Meramon, having a minimum of 10 battles. And unfortunately for me, Agumon has picked up an injury, which is kind of annoying. Just when your Digimon is injured and you get into a battle, the use of techniques consumes more MP, an extra 50% in fact, and your techniques do less damage. Your attacks against the opposing Digimon do less damage, and also you sustain more damage from attacks that are used against you. And I have a feeling that being injured possibly also affects the likelihood of you falling victim to status harm. In other words, I think that you can be more prone to falling victim to status harm if you are injured, and I think you can also be less prone to blocking attacks that are used against you. In fact, you might even be incapable of blocking attacks that are used against you. When we compare fighting while injured to fighting while sick, there are some similarities, and that being, okay, looks like we're tired as well, that being that regardless of whether you are fighting while you are sick or fighting while you are injured, the use of techniques costs an extra 50% MP, and your attacks do less damage, and you also sustain more damage from attacks that are used against you. Further to that, when you fight when you're sick, you are incapable of blocking attacks. I don't know if that also applies when you battle when you are injured, but it definitely applies when you battle when you are sick. And also when you battle when you are sick, I think you are more prone to being subject to status harm. I'm not sure about that, but if that is the case, then I don't know if it's also the case with fighting while injured. Seeing as I'm injured and I'm also tired, you know, my Digimon is showing the sweat bubble. One thing that I don't want is for the clock to strike a new hour during a battle, because the fact that I'm injured, if the clock was to strike a new hour during a battle, then every time it would happen, it would put me one step closer to the injury turning into sickness. in order to prevent injury from turning into sickness, I think that you need to produce an animation when the clock strikes a new hour. If the clock strikes a new hour during a battle while you are injured, then I think that it will put you a step closer to becoming sick. Yeah, I think it will put the injury a step closer to from turning into sickness. And also, I think the same is true if the clock strikes a new hour while your Digimon wants to sleep. I think that if the clock strikes a new hour during a battle while your Digimon wants to sleep, then it could result in your Digimon becoming sick, or at least putting your Digimon closer to becoming sick. I have a feeling that the clock striking a new hour during a battle while your Digimon wants to sleep, or while your Digimon is sick or injured, I don't think it has an adverse effect on your happiness or discipline. But I think it does put you closer to becoming sick, and that's why when I was battling those Kunemons, there were times when the clock was too close to the next hour, so I loitered, waited for the clock to I waited until the clock was about to strike a new hour, and then produced an animation, entered the new hour, and then got into the next battle. I wanted to be producing animations when the clock was striking a new hour, with my Digimon wanting to sleep, with my Digimon being injured. The same would have been true if my Digimon had been sick. I didn't want the clock to strike a new hour during a battle, so I tried to stop that from happening, and I had the clock strike a new hour while producing an animation. And I've headed to the drill tunnel with my Digimon tired and injured and needing to sleep, and I've also put all of the items into the item bank, and I'm about to challenge the Greymons in here. And my reason for this is because I am hoping that the Greymons will defeat me, because I would like to lose a life. Okay, my HP has fallen to 0. I ensured that I put all of my items into the item bank so that my inventory was empty. That way there was no risk of me losing any items when getting defeated and losing a life. And I also took the precaution of saving first, and I'm going to save again before going back to the drill tunnel and losing another life, and that is the very next thing on my list. I'm going to sleep here and save, and then go to the drill tunnel to lose a second life. And my reason for saving, before going to the drill tunnel is just in case something was to go wrong. For example, when you have Agumon as your Digimon and you lose a life, there is a chance of you then Digivolving to Barkamon immediately afterwards, and that is something that I can't have happen. And it's not just Agumon who can Digivolve to Barkamon as a result of losing a life. I think that it can happen to every rookie Digimon apart from Penguinmon. And it's something that I can't have happen because I want to Digivolve to Meramon. And I suppose there's also the risk that the battle might not end with me getting defeated, and that would also be a problem. So, I'd have the option to reset and try again if something was to go wrong. Well, the countdown has started again, and I'm about to be reduced to 1 life, and as long as I don't Digivolve to Barkamon, then everything will be fine. I haven't Digivolved to Barkamon, I have remained as Agumon. I now only have 1 life left. I am still injured, I am still showing the sweat bubble, I no longer want to sleep, and getting my lives reduced from 3 to 1 is a preparation that I am making ahead of Digivolving, because what I want to do is Digivolve to Meramon, and then with him as my Digimon, defeat and recruit the Meramon at the lava cave, and then Meramon's usefulness would pretty much be over there and then. This lifespan's usefulness will pretty much be over there and then, and I would therefore want to get defeated as quickly as possible. And by already losing 2 lives, if I was to have Meramon as my Digimon, I would then only need to lose 1 more life in order for my Digimon to then die, and for me to be able to then move on to the next lifespan. You have to remember that if I was to Digivolve to Meramon, then my stats would improve, and it would be harder to get myself defeated with Meramon as my Digimon than with Agumon as my Digimon. So I decided to lose 2 of my lives while having Agumon as my Digimon. And also, you know, there's a delay between having a rookie Digimon and Digivolving from the rookie Digimon to a champion Digimon, and it makes sense to make as much progress as possible with that rookie Digimon before the rookie Digimon Digivolves. You know, instead of just twiddling your thumbs waiting to Digivolve from a rookie Digimon to a champion Digimon, you know, if there's work that's to be done, if there are deadlines to be met, then it makes sense to try and make as much work as possible, or try and do as much work as possible with the rookie Digimon. And, you know, losing 2 lives struck me as a good idea. And I've just done a load of resting, and the reason for that is because I would now like to make a start with the dirt carrying in the drill tunnel as a way of trying to put myself closer to having access to the lava cave. And even though my Digimon doesn't want to sleep, I will still need to, but it will still be wise to produce animations when the clock is about to strike a new hour, and that's because of the fact that my Digimon is injured. And if I was to not produce an animation when the clock strikes a new hour while my Digimon is injured, then I believe that it would cause happiness and discipline to go down, and would put me closer to becoming sick. You know, it would put the injury closer to turning into sickness, which is worse than injury. And so, you know, my intention is to produce animations while I am injured to try and prevent the sickness, and to try and help my happiness and discipline as well. There's an animation which has come from feeding my Digimon, and now I speak to the Mojyamon to make a start with the dirt carrying, and it's going to be speeded up because the dirt carrying is not very exciting. But I will go back to normal speed when I have to produce an animation like so. or if anything else significant was to happen, then I would go back to normal speed. In order to be able to do dirt carrying for this Mojyamon, you have to battle the other Mojyamon who we previously battled, otherwise this Mojyamon won't take any interest in you and you won't have the opportunity to do the dirt carrying. Oh, looks like we're digivolving. Yeah, if you don't defeat the other Mojyamon, then this Mojyamon will take no interest in you, which will mean that you won't have the opportunity to do any dirt carrying, and it also won't be possible for you to gain access to the lava cave. Okay, Meramon is my Digimon, and I suppose I might as well just carry on with the dirt carrying, seeing as I am here. You have to defeat the other Mojyamon in order for this Mojyamon to take an interest in you. He provides you with the opportunity to do dirt carrying if you speak to him. If you choose not to do dirt carrying for him, then he will dig through to a deeper part of the drill tunnel, which leads towards the lava cave, but that won't happen until 5 days after you spoke to him. But by doing the dirt carrying for him, you can then, he will then dig through to the next part of the drill tunnel more or less straight away, and then the lava cave will be yours more or less straight away. As if you do all of the dirt carrying and then speak to the Mojyamon, he'll just say that he'll be done soon, and if you leave and re-enter, then he will be done, and there will be a clear path which takes you to the next part of the drill tunnel, which is progress towards having access to the lava cave. wanted to win that battle, obviously, but I also wanted to finish the battle with as little HP and MP as realistically possible, because in the very near future I am going to be deliberately getting Meramon defeated so that I will run out of lives and move on to my next lifespan. And obviously the lower my HP and MP is when I get into the battle, the easier it will be for me to get defeated. The quicker and easier it will be for me to get defeated. It will probably be the 3 Goborymons in the drill tunnel who I will target, and like with before, I will put all of my items into the item bank so that they'll be safe, so that I won't lose any items when getting defeated. Since we defeated Meramon, we now have access to the rest of the lava cave, where we can collect items, and I also spoke to the Mojyamon who was digging. That Mojyamon is a recruitable Digimon. In order to recruit him, what you have to do is speak to him and then come back 3 days later and he will be done, and if you speak to him again then he will join the city. But obviously we are going to need to have Mojyamon as our Digimon in order to be allowed to recruit him. And one other thing about going from the drill tunnel to the lava cave is that boulder that you saw Meramon push, that boulder can only be moved by champion Digimon and ultimate Digimon. It can't be moved by any Digimon ranked below champion level, so it can't be moved by rookie Digimon or in training Digimon or baby Digimon. So in order to be able to get from the drill tunnel to the lava cave, as well as needing the Mojyamon to dig through to the next part of the drill tunnel, you do also need a Digimon who is able to move the boulder. So in other words, you're going to need either a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon. And fortunately for us, we had Meramon as our Digimon, who is a champion Digimon. And because he was our Digimon, we were allowed to recruit Meramon, which has now put us up to 3 prosperity points. Recruiting Meramon is progress towards being able to recruit Mojyamon and Leomon, but we would need to have the appropriate Digimon in order to be able to make those recruitments. Mojyamon's theoretical recruitment is not far away, because he's technically recruitable in 3 days' time, but Leomon's recruitment is miles into the future. good. I was hoping that if I picked my finish as he was readying Magma Bomb, then there was a chance that Meramon would attempt to use his finish as he was being struck by the Magma Bomb, and therefore he wouldn't be able to block the attack, and hopefully it would either defeat him or at the very least do substantial damage. And in this case it defeated him, and we can now move on to the next lifespan. And it doesn't matter which Digi-Egg I get given, because the rookie Digimon that I am aiming for is Kunemon. And well, you can get Kunemon from any of the 4 Digi-Eggs. You can get Kunemon from any of the 4 in-training Digimon. You just have to take an in-training Digimon to Kunemon's bed, sleep there with the in-training Digimon. Yeah, 3 prosperity points. Sleep there with the in-training Digimon, and there's a 50% chance of it digivolving to Kunemon. What I was saying about defeating Meramon being progress towards recruiting Mojyamon and Leomon is because when you defeat Meramon, the rest of the lava cave becomes available, and that results in the Mojyamon being in the position where he's doing the digging, and to recruit the Mojyamon is simple enough. You just have to speak to him, then come back in 3 days' time and speak to him again, and he'll join the city. But Leomon's recruit is less straightforward, because you need to have access to the Leomon's ancestors' cave, which is part of the drill tunnel. And in order to have access to Leomon's ancestors' cave, you need to have recruited Meramon, and you also need a minimum of 45 prosperity points, and in a challenge like this it's going to take a very long time to reach 45 prosperity points. It's going to take many lifespans. And by entering Leomon's ancestors' cave, you can then collect Leomon's ancestors' stone, and Leomon can be encountered at the Gear Savannah, and if you give him his ancestor stone, then that results in him joining the city afterwards. But we are going to need Mojyamon as our own Digimon in order to recruit Mojyamon, and we are going to need Leomon as our own Digimon in order to be able to recruit Leomon. The fact that I am aiming to Digivolve to Kunemon in this lifespan has probably given away which rookie Digimon I'm going to be aiming to recruit when I have Kunemon as my Digimon. But what's going to happen after that is less predictable, because I do plan to Digivolve all the way through to an ultimate Digimon. I do plan to Digivolve from Kunemon to a champion Digimon, and then from the champion Digimon to ultimate Digimon, and I plan to, recruit Kunemon when I have Kunemon as my Digimon. I plan to then Digivolve to a champion Digimon and recruit that champion Digimon, and then I plan to Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon and recruit that ultimate Digimon. Okay, Tainamon wants to sleep, which means that the timing is right in order for us to be able to Digivolve to Kunemon. I'm going to save in Gigimon's house first, because if I was to save in Gigimon's house and then go to Kunemon's bed and sleep, and only sleep, don't save as well, just sleep, and I was to be unsuccessful with Digivolving to Kunemon, then I can reload from Gigimon's house, and try again, go back to Kunemon's bed and sleep again and make another attempt to Digivolve to Kunemon, and if I keep failing, then keep reloading until I eventually succeed. And well, in training Digimon, they do want to sleep for a few hours, and it occurred to me that I had time to train my HP twice more before coming to Kunemon's bed, and I would still be able to get to Kunemon's bed while my Digimon wants to sleep. No happy mushroom there, unfortunately, but yeah, I'll still be able to get to Kunemon's bed when my Digimon wants to sleep, and then sleep and try and Digivolve to Kunemon, which from the looks of things we are being successful with. There is a fair bit of work to be done in this lifespan, but the deadline that I was referring to is not in this lifespan. In fact, it is in the lifespan that I plan to have after this lifespan, and because of that, I do want this lifespan to end as quickly as possible so that I can move on to the next lifespan as quickly as possible, so that in the next lifespan, hopefully, I'll be able to see to what I'm hoping to see to, because there's something that I want to do, but time is limited, so I need to get into that lifespan and get the Digimon that I'm after, and then do what it is that I'm hoping to do before it's too late. So, I'm going to want to die as a result of losing all 3 lives, as a quicker way of dying instead of simply fading away. And I do also want the Digivolutions to happen as quickly as possible, like I did when I had Agumon as my Digimon and I was trying to Digivolve to Meramon as quickly as possible. The very first thing on my mind is to defeat the Kunemon at Kunemon's bed with Kunemon as my Digimon, so that I can recruit Kunemon and then have the benefit of the shortcut that Kunemon creates, the shortcut going from the city to the Digimon bridge and vice versa. And when I Digivolved to Kunemon, he wanted to sleep, but I didn't let him sleep because in my eyes that would have been a waste of time. Instead, I returned to the city and trained HP so that I would have a larger amount of HP when having the battle against Kunemon, which should reduce the risk of me losing the battle and and do the opposite of reducing the chances of me losing the battle. So, in other words, increasing the chances of me winning the battle. So here is Kunemon. Here is Meat. Now we can battle him. Predictably, we do have awful stats, but we still managed to win the battle, and I think that was helped by the fact that we had Poison Claw as our technique, a fast technique which is good at interrupting opposing Digimon's attacks, and is also a technique that is hard to interrupt. Not to mention that it can poison, and we did poison Kunemon, and we did really help ourselves by doing that. And I'm now heading to Freeze Land, which will require me to do the invisible bridge skip again, and it's going to be a very fast Digivolution from Kunemon to a champion Digimon, because we are going to be Digivolving to Mojyamon, and we are going to be achieving that Digivolution by giving Kunemon the hair grower that is in our inventory. And we might as well give it to him now, because I do want to Digivolve from Mojyamon to an ultimate Digimon, and I want Mojyamon to Digivolve to the ultimate Digimon as quickly as possible, so that we can then do what needs to be done with that ultimate Digimon, and then fade away as quickly as possible, moving on to the next lifespan as quickly as possible. You need to have a champion Digimon for a minimum of 6 days before it can Digivolve, so the sooner we Digivolved to Mojyamon and had him as our Digimon, the sooner he will Digivolve to an ultimate, or rather the sooner there will be the possibility of him Digivolving to an ultimate. And remember what I was saying about the evolution counter, you know, how unreliable it can be, and how it's possible to speed up Digivolutions as a result of this. And this is something that I will be taking advantage of while I have Mojyamon as my Digimon. Just like I did when I had Agumon as my Digimon, I'm going to be keeping Mojyamon awake against his will, and I'm not going to let him sleep until the hour before the hour that he's due to wake up at, so that the evolution counter will go up by more than what it should go up by, and the game will think that we've had Mojyamon for 6 days sooner than when we actually... Well, the game will think that we've had Mojyamon for 6 days, when in reality we actually would have had him for less than 6 days, and it can speed up, and obviously it will speed up the Digivolution. I am here in Freeze Land with the black trout in my inventory, and I am going to trade that black trout with the Mojyamon, and thus recruit Mojyamon as a result of it, which will put us up to 6 prosperity points, which is actually the necessary amount in order for Meramon to tell us about the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon, which will then enable us to enter the Great Canyon legitimately, instead of having to rely on the invisible bridge skip which we've been using so far. One thing to be cautious of is that recruiting Mojyamon will result in Ninjamon spawning on the Digimon bridge, and it's because of that why I was keen on recruiting Kunemon, because by recruiting Kunemon we've got the shortcut that he creates, and as a result of that we are able to avoid Ninjamon for as long as we are able to avoid him. Yeah, 6 prosperity points. Because there are 4 Digimon who work at the secret item shop within the city: Mojyamon, Numamon, Devimon, and Mumamon. And recruiting any of those 4 Digimon will result in Ninjamon showing up on the Digimon bridge. And that's regardless of whether or not you've got the item shop. Because at the moment we don't even have the item shop, which means that we don't have the secret item shop, which Mojyamon would have opened if we did have the item shop. But despite not having the item shop or the secret item shop, Ninjamon will still show up. The only requirement is to recruit the necessary Digimon, regardless of whether the secret item shop actually gets opened. And the reason why we've come here to battle Ninjamon is to lose a life. I've come here hoping that the Ninjamon will defeat me and take a life away from me. HP has reached 0. We've got nothing in our infantry, which means that we've got nothing to lose. We are about to lose our first life. Yeah, it's kind of strange, the fact that even if you haven't opened, even if the item shop in the city hasn't been opened, and therefore the secret item shop in the city hasn't been opened either, Ninjamon will still show up if you've recruited one of the Digimon who would work at the secret item shop, regardless of whether the secret item shop is actually there. You know, in this instance, it's not currently there because the main item shop hasn't been opened, but Ninjamon has still, Ninjamon is still showing up, and I've returned to Ninjamon, this time to lose my second life, putting me down to 1 life, and then I can focus more on trying to get Mojyamon to Digivolve, as well as other progress as well. Okay, that works perfectly. And yeah, I was thinking, like, well, I mean, with the second lifespan, you know, my plan was to use the hair grower to Digivolve to Mojyamon and recruit Mojyamon, and then it occurred to me to think to myself, hold on, that will result in Ninjamon spawning on the Digimon bridge, and that could be a serious complication, because without the shortcut that Kunemon creates, it wouldn't be possible to get from the Digimon bridge to the tropical jungle without being challenged by Ninjamon. And also, if we were to try and get to the tropical jungle by going through Mount Panorama all the way through to Friesland and the Great Canyon, it wouldn't be possible to get from the Great Canyon to the Great Canyon entrance, because currently we are not aware of the invisible bridge, and if you were to try and get from the Great Canyon to the Great Canyon entrance without knowing about the invisible bridge, without being told about the invisible bridge, then you won't have any joy. And it then occurred to me that there was a solution, and the solution was Kunemon. Make sure that Kunemon is the Digimon that I Digivolve to before Digivolving to Mojyamon, and make sure that I recruit Kunemon with Kunemon, creating the shortcut that Kunemon creates, and that then solves the problem, because by using the shortcut that Kunemon creates, we can get to the tropical jungle without encountering Ninjamon, because we can go from the city to the Digimon bridge and then to the tropical jungle without crossing paths with Ninjamon. And let's say that we wanted to go to Kunemon's bed, then obviously we wouldn't be able to do that by using the shortcut and going onto the Digimon bridge and then heading to Kunemon's bed, because Ninjamon would challenge us. But instead, what we can do is just go to Kunemon's bed by going the normal way through the native forest. So, you know, the fact that we've got, you know, Kunemon recruited means that we are able to avoid Ninjamon for as long as we need to avoid him, and this is where Mojyamon sleeps, because the next hour is the hour that he's due to wake up on, the hour in which he will no longer want to sleep. And that has speeded up Mojyamon's Digivolution. Another solution, that has speeded up Mojyamon's evolution, and another solution with getting from place to place could be by having Birdramon recruited, so that you've then got the Birdra transport, but a problem with that is that you would need to have Birdramon as your Digimon, in order to be able to recruit Birdramon. Yeah, with the evolution counter, whenever an hour goes by, the evolution counter always goes up by an hour. The inconsistency comes, well, the inconsistency that can happen comes from when you sleep and how much you sleep for. With baby Digimon, when a baby Digimon sleeps, the evolution counter only goes up by 1 hour. When an in-training Digimon sleeps, the evolution counter goes up by 3 hours. When a rookie Digimon sleeps, and when a champion Digimon sleeps, the evolution counter goes up by 9 hours. Now, with baby Digimon, they can only sleep for 1 hour, which means that you can't affect the evolution counter by sleeping as a baby Digimon, because 1 hour will go by. You will only sleep for 1 hour, so 1 hour will go by and the evolution counter will go up by just 1 hour. When it comes to in-training Digimon, the fact that the evolution counter goes up by 3 hours when they sleep means that if you don't let them sleep until the hour before the hour that they are due to wake up on, then 1 hour will go by and the evolution counter will go up by 3 hours, meaning that the evolution counter will go up by 2 hours more than it's meant to. And then when it comes to rookie Digimon and champion Digimon, by keeping them awake and not letting them sleep until the hour before the hour that they are due to wake up on, 1 hour will go by, but the evolution counter will go up by 9 hours, meaning that the evolution counter will go up by 8 hours more than it's meant to. So this whole trick of keeping Digimon awake against their will and not letting them sleep until the last opportunity, it has the biggest impact with rookie Digimon and champion Digimon, and a much smaller impact with in-training Digimon, and no impact with baby Digimon. Now, I would like to avoid the sweat bubble, which will mean needing to get plenty of rest. The fact that I'm training and am not letting my Digimon sleep means that tiredness has the potential to be a big problem, meaning that I'm going to need to do a lot of resting. And if I had the Centaur Clinic, then things would be a lot better, because resting at the Centaur Clinic is more effective than resting at Digimon's house. But we don't have the clinic, we just have Digimon's house, and that means that the resting that we are doing is not as effective as it would be if we were to rest at the clinic, if the clinic was available. Just to get up the Digivolution guide. So Mojyamon can digivolve to 2 different ultimate Digimon, SkullGreymon and Meramon, and the Digimon that I am aiming for is Meramon. If I begin with SkullGreymon, then the stat requirement is 4000 HP, 6000 MP, 400 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, and 500 brains. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 10. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. And there are 2 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is to have a minimum of 45 techniques mastered, and the other is to have a minimum of 40 battles. So there are 4 conditions which affect Digivolutions: stats, care mistakes, weight, and bonus condition. And in order to be able to Digivolve, you have to fulfill... Oh, we're tired. We've got the sweat bubble. That's a problem. Well, we need to let Mojyamon sleep, because it's the hour before the hour he wakes up on, and after sleeping I think that we will need to do some resting to try and get us away from the sweat bubble. But yeah, out of the 4 conditions, you have to fulfill 3 of them in order to be able to Digivolve. When it comes to the stats, you have to fulfill all of the stat requirements in order to fulfill the stat requirement. So, like with SkullGreymon, I listed all of the stats that are needed, and you would have to get all of those stats in order to fulfill the stat requirement. If you fail to just get one of those stats up to the target, then you won't fulfill the stat requirement. As for the bonus condition, usually there's more than just one bonus condition. In fact, the bonus condition can be 5 different things. It could be how full your happiness is, how full your discipline is, how many battles you have won, how many techniques you've mastered, and who your individual Digimon is. And usually Digimon will have more than one bonus condition, but you don't have to fulfill all of the bonus conditions in order to be successful with fulfilling the bonus condition. You just need to fulfill one of the bonus conditions in order to fulfill the bonus condition. And fulfilling more than one of the bonus conditions isn't going to help you. It doesn't matter if you fulfill 1 bonus condition or 2 bonus conditions or 3 bonus conditions. It will only count as 1. The bonus condition will only count as 1. So, yeah, you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements. The 4 conditions are stats, care mistakes, weight, and bonus condition, and you have to fulfill 3 of them in order to be able to Digivolve. We have had a lot of care mistakes with Mojyamon, and so it is possible that we might have the care mistake requirement for SkullGreymon, but we definitely don't have the stat requirement or the weight requirement or the bonus condition, so we only have 1 of the requirements for SkullGreymon fulfilled at the moment. And then Meramon, the stat requirement is 400 attack, 300 defense, 300 speed, and 400 brains. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 15. The weight requirement is 0 to 10. And the bonus condition has 2 elements. One of them is to have a minimum of 25 techniques mastered, and the other is for your happiness to be at least 90% full. And I'm pleased to say that it will be possible to fulfill 3 of the requirements for Meramon, and that's even without fulfilling the stats requirement, because it's going to be possible for us to fulfill the care mistake requirement, the weight requirement, and the bonus condition, which makes stats irrelevant, meaning that we don't have to worry about pursuing the stat requirement for Meramon, because it's going to be possible to Digivolve to Meramon without the stats. The fact that we are not feeding Mojyamon is counting as a care mistake each time. When your Digimon first shows you the food bubble, you have up to 90 minutes to feed your Digimon, and failing to feed your Digimon counts as a care mistake. And what's more interesting is that if your Digimon wants to eat and you don't feed your Digimon and you train and you end up passing the last opportunity to feed your Digimon by training, which is what we just did there, the care mistake ends up counting as double. So every time the food bubble has gone away as a result of us training, it has counted as 2 care mistakes. If the food bubble has simply gone away naturally, then it's counted as 1 care mistake. And I believe that keeping Mojyamon awake against his will counts as a care mistake as well, because I believe that when your Digimon wants to sleep, in order to avoid a care mistake, you have to let your Digimon sleep on the hour in which it first wants to sleep, and if you don't let it sleep until a later hour, then that I think counts as a care mistake. So in which case we've been getting care mistakes by keeping Mojyamon awake against his will. We've been getting care mistakes by not feeding Mojyamon, particularly when not feeding him and training and you know, training when your Digimon is showing you the food bubble, and then the food bubble being gone after you're done training, you know, that counts as 2 care mistakes. The fact that we have fed Mojyamon such little food means that his weight is between the range of 0 to 10, which is the weight requirement for Meramon. If our care mistake isn't currently being met, then it shouldn't be too much longer before we are fulfilling the care mistake requirement. And as for the bonus condition of having happiness at least 90%, well, that can be achieved by repeatedly praising Mojyamon and putting his happiness up so that it's at least 90% full. That will put his discipline down to the minimum, but happiness is what you need for Meramon. If we can have that along with the weight requirement and the care mistake requirement, then we will be successful with Digivolving to Meramon. I would like to say that there have been times in which I have fed Mojyamon, and when I have done that, it's been when he wants to eat for the last time before it's time to put him to sleep. And the reason why I have been feeding him the last time before letting him sleep is because, in my experiences, if you let your Digimon sleep when your Digimon wants to eat, or if you let your Digimon sleep straight after failing to feed it, then that can result in a glitch where for the whole of the next day your Digimon doesn't want to eat. And if that was to happen, then that would mean going a whole day without Mojyamon wanting to eat, which would mean going a whole day without being able to get any care mistakes from not feeding him. So, you know, before putting him to sleep, you know, I have fed him just to try to and avoid the glitch. And also, there were times when I was repeatedly making loads of trips from the green gym to Digimon's house, training at the green gym and resting at Digimon's house. And the reason for that is because I wanted to get the double care mistake from not feeding Mojyamon by training and passing the last opportunity to feed him by training. And if I was resting in Digimon's house and then Mojyamon wanted to eat, and I was to then rest and pass the last opportunity to feed Mojyamon by resting, then I'm not sure how many care mistakes that would count as. I'm not sure if it would count as double like it does with training, or if it would just count as one like it would under normal circumstances. So, you know, like if I've like rested and then my Digimon has wanted to eat, then I've known that it's only been, then I'll know that it's only an hour and a half until the food bubble will go away, which means that if I rest twice and pass 2 hours, then the food bubble will be gone. But if I rest just once, and if I rest just once, then there will still be half an hour left of the food bubble being present, which then means that I can go to the green gym, train, and then get 2 care mistakes from not feeding Mojyamon. So, you know, I've been sort of monitoring Mojyamon's appetite and trying to sort of rest and train accordingly, not only to try and prevent the sweat bubble from showing up, but also to try and get as many care mistakes as possible from not feeding him. To begin with, HP was the stat that I was training. I got it up to 3000, and then I stopped training HP and started training attack, and I do have more training to do, and attack is going to be my priority, because I'm planning on digivolving to Meramon, which is going to mean needing to defeat the Meramon at Mount Panorama, and I am going to need to have high attack in order to be able to inflict damage upon him, because he does full power, which greatly boosts his attack, defense, and speed, which means that his defense will get to a point where my attacks will do very minimal damage against him, unless my attack is high enough in order to do reasonable damage. So that's why training attack is going to be a priority. You know, I started off with HP because I wanted to ensure that I would have enough HP in order to be able to, you know, survive from battling Meramon. But now the focus is on training attack, because I want to be able to inflict reasonable damage upon him. I don't want my attacks to just do 1 damage. I did speak to Meramon, who told me about the invisible bridge, because I do now have 6 prosperity points, so when I go to the Great Canyon entrance I can use the invisible bridge, have it take me to the Great Canyon, and then I'll no longer have to rely on the invisible bridge skip. And in case you're wondering what I'm doing at the moment, I've decided to take a pause from training, and I've travelled through the Mount Panorama to Gear Savannah, and I'm going to go to the item shop that's here at Gear Savannah, and I'm going to sell some unwanted items that are in my inventory, and then I'm going to go from here to Friesland and trade another 99 medium recoveries in exchange for another 99 super defense discs, so that I can sell those super defense discs and make even more money. Variouses can go, medicine can go, moldy meat can go, super defense disc can go, restore can go, and I think that does it. I'd like to top up on medium recoveries and medium MPs and autopilots. I think that does it for items I would like to purchase. I was particularly interested in having 99 medium recoveries, because that way I can get 99 super defense discs, and they will sell for 198,000 bits. When you deduct the money that the 99 medium recoveries would cost, I think we're talking 49,500 bits. Minus that from 198,000, I think that's a profit of 148,500 bits every time we purchase 99 medium recoveries, trade them for 99 super defense discs, and then sell the super defense discs. And if you want to keep doing the procedure, then that's simple enough. You can keep buying medium recoveries and you can keep trading them for super defense discs, and you can keep making a substantial profit from it. And you wouldn't have to do it too many times in order to max out on money. But we're not aiming to max out on money. What we are aiming to do is to speed up Mojyamon's Digivolution, the Digivolution from Mojyamon to Meramon, and instead of letting Mojyamon sleep at the earliest opportunity, we will Digivolve more quickly if we don't let Mojyamon sleep until the final opportunity. And we've been a bit lucky with items, finding a Happy Mushroom and a Digipine. But yes, that's how we get the evolution counter to go up the most quickly. Don't allow your Digimon to sleep until the final opportunity. And while I'm here, I guess that I will speak to Cherrymon, just so that we would have gotten it out of the way, and Toy Town will be available to us. And if we were to recruit Birdramon, then the Misty Trees will be one of the destinations locations that Birdramon would be able to take us to, because in order for Birdramon to be able to fly you to one of the destinations that she can fly you to, there is like criteria that has to be met. There is something that you have to do, and in the case of having ice mushroom, we really are getting lucky with items. In the case of having the option of Birdramon taking you to the Misty Trees, you have to speak to the Cherrymon at the Misty Trees, and then it's possible. Then there's the option of Birdramon taking you to the Misty Trees if you have Birdramon recruited. That's just the requirement for the Misty Trees. There are 6 locations in total that Birdramon can take you to, and I think that, you know, they all have requirements. Yeah, I think there's things that need to be done in order for Birdramon to be able to take you to the location. The 6 locations are the Great Canyon, Freezeland, Misty Trees, Gear Savannah, the Dino region, and Beetleland. But yeah, instead of using this time to train, I'm using this time to do some other stuff, make a bit of money, you know, take some stuff out of our item bank which we are not particularly interested in, sell it at the item shop at the Gear Savannah, because that's the only item shop that is currently available to us, since we haven't yet been able to recruit Kunemon or Betamon or Biomon or Patamon or Unimon or Monochromon. So, you know, I'm having to rely on the item shop at the Gear Savannah, which is something that we should make the most of, because it's only available for the first 15 days of the year, meaning that if we don't have an item shop in the city by the end of day 15, and we still don't have an item shop in the city for the rest of the year, then we would have to make do without an item shop, because there wouldn't be one in the city, and nor would there be the item shop in Gear Savannah. So yeah, I took unwanted items out of my inventory and sold them at the item shop in the Gear Savannah. I purchased items that I wanted, and also I'm enabling myself to make some money from abusing the Mojyamon money trick somewhat. You know, the money trick of buying medium recoveries and trading them for super defense discs and selling the super defense discs. It doesn't matter if we were to spend this time training, or if we were to spend this time doing what we are currently doing. Either way, the hours would still go by, the evolution counter would still go up. What's significant is when we let our Digimon sleep. For as long as we continue to keep Mojyamon awake for 23 hours a day, and, you know, don't let him sleep until the very last opportunity. Don't let him sleep until the hour before the hour he wakes up on, then, you know, that's going to do the evolution counter the most justice. That's going to help us out the most when it comes to wanting Mojyamon to Digivolve as quickly as possible. And not to mention that by keeping Mojyamon awake against his will, you know, it is giving us time to do other stuff, time to, you know, make other forms of progress, which is also very helpful. After doing the trade-in with the Mojyamon, I'm now returning to the item shop in the Gear Savannah, and I'm going to sell the super defense discs and then purchase another 99 medium recoveries. And you might have noticed that every time that I've needed to produce an animation, I have produced the animation by praising Mojyamon, and the reason for that is because of the fact that I am aware that the bonus condition for Meramon is for happiness to be at a minimum of 90%. Happiness has to be at a minimum of 90% full. So by producing animations by praising my Digimon, you know, not only am I helping by the fact that I'm producing the animations, but I'm also putting our happiness higher as well, which will help with Digivolving to Meramon. It will help with fulfilling the bonus condition. We already have the weight requirement, and we might have the care mistake requirement as well. And I'm more than happy about the fact that Mojyamon is refusing to take the autopilot, because it's given me the right to scold him, justifiable scolds, that is. You know, it's given me the right to present him with justifiable scolds, which has enabled me to put my discipline back up by quite a lot. Just if you offer your Digimon an item that they should take, and they refuse it, then you will be able to produce a justifiable scold by scolding them, providing you don't move. Yeah, when they refuse the item, you have to remain on the same spot and then scold them, and it will be a justifiable scold. And if you offer your Digimon the item again, without moving, you know, if you remain on the spot after scolding them, you know, you don't move, and you offer your Digimon the item again, then the Digimon will take the item. But if you move after scolding your Digimon and then reoffer the item to your Digimon, then it's possible that the Digimon might refuse the item again, and then you can do another justifiable scold, you know, putting your discipline up by more. And as you saw when I was in Gear Savannah, I managed to produce a few justifiable scolds because of the fact that he kept refusing the autopilot. And the fact that I allowed Mojyamon to sleep while he wanted to eat makes me think that I have reached the care mistake requirement, although despite what I said about the glitch that can occur from letting your Digimon sleep when it wants to eat, or not feeding your Digimon at the last opportunity before letting it sleep. You know, despite the fact that I said that that seems to sometimes result in a glitch where for the whole of the following day your Digimon's appetite doesn't kick in, that didn't seem to be the case in this instance, because I slept while Mojyamon wanted to eat, and then after a couple of rests he was then showing me the food bubble. But I do think we are there with the care mistakes and the weight. That just means that we are lacking the bonus condition. I mean, we are lacking the stats as well, but we are not pursuing the stats. You know, out of the 3 conditions that we are pursuing, the bonus condition is the only thing that we are lacking, and it's because of our happiness why we are lacking it. But something to be mindful of is that you do have to have Digimon for a certain amount of time before it's possible for them to Digivolve. And so even if you do have 3 of the requirements fulfilled, if you haven't had the Digimon for long enough in order for it to be able to Digivolve, then it won't Digivolve. You know, you need to have had the Digimon for long enough, and you need to have a minimum of 3 of the requirements in order for the Digimon to be able to Digivolve. I am going back to Freezeland, but this time I am going to Freezeland this way instead, where I will travel through the tropical jungle, through to the Great Canyon entrance, and then I will use the invisible bridge for the first time, taking me to the Great Canyon, and then from there I will go to Freezeland and I will do more trading with the Mojyamon. It'll be medium recoveries for super defense discs. I will produce animations by praising Mojyamon, putting the bonus condition closer. Not to mention that every hour that goes by is an hour closer to us having our Digimon for long enough in order for it to Digivolve. Unless, of course, you have a rookie Digimon or a champion Digimon and you let it sleep for 1 hour, you know, by doing that, the evolution counter would go up by 9 hours instead of 1 hour. So, you know, you would effectively get 8 hours for the price of 1, because like the 9 hours that the evolution counter would have gone up by minus the 1 hour that you would have slept for, you know, you'd have been better off by 8 hours. You basically would have got, you know, 8 hours for the price of 1. With baby Digimon, you need to have them for 6 hours before they can Digivolve to entrain in Digimon, and it's not possible to affect the evolution counter for baby Digimon by trying to abuse sleep, because baby Digimon only sleep for 1 hour, and the evolution counter only goes up by 1 hour when a baby Digimon sleeps. In training Digimon, you need to have for 24 hours before they can Digivolve to a rookie Digimon. And when it comes to sleeping, you can abuse the evolution counter a little bit. When it comes to rookie Digimon, in order to Digivolve to a natural champion, you need a minimum of 3 days to go by, but you can abuse the evolution counter pretty heavily when it comes to sleeping. If you don't fulfill enough of the requirements in order for a rookie Digimon to Digivolve to one of its natural champions, then what will happen is the rookie Digimon will Digivolve to Meramon once 4 days have elapsed, and again you can speed up the Digivolution with the sleep abuse. Once you've had a rookie Digimon for 3 days, if you want to Digivolve naturally, and you don't have 3 of the requirements, then you have until 4 days are up in order to fulfill enough of the requirements. Otherwise you'll Digivolve to Meramon. Let's say that you've had a rookie Digimon for 3 days and you don't have 3 of the requirements for any of its natural Digivolutions, but then let's say after 3.5 days you do then end up fulfilling 3 of the requirements for one of its natural Digivolutions, then it will then end up Digivolving to that natural champion. But once you get to 4 days, if you haven't fulfilled enough of the requirements, then you will Digivolve to Kunemon. And when it comes to champion Digimon, you need to have them for 6 days before they can Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. But once again, this can be speeded up because you can abuse the evolution counter by keeping your Digimon awake and not allowing it to sleep until the very last hour. And as I was saying, not only do you need to fulfill a minimum of 3 requirements, but you also need for enough time to have gone by in order for the Digivolution to be possible. So let's say that you have a rookie Digimon and within 1 day you have 3 of the requirements fulfilled. The Digimon won't Digivolve because it's only been 1 day, but once 3 days have passed, if you've still got the 3 requirements, then the Digimon will then Digivolve to the natural champion. If I don't want to be messing on the floor here, not with enemies in close proximity. It's okay, I managed to get away. But still, I didn't really want to be messing on the floor at all, because that has affected my happiness. But going back to what I was saying, if you've had a rookie Digimon for say 1 day, and you've got 3 of the requirements fulfilled for one of the natural champion Digimon, but then by the time the 3 days are up, you no longer have 3 of the requirements, you won't Digivolve. If you, by the time the 3 days are up, if you then only have 2 of the requirements, then you won't Digivolve. But then if you go back to having 3 of the requirements fulfilled before 4 days are up, then you will then Digivolve. That's pretty much the gist of it. When it comes to Digivolving, you need to have the requirements, and you need to have had the Digimon for long enough. If you have the requirements but haven't had the Digimon for long enough, but you keep the requirements and then reach the point where you have had the Digimon for long enough, then you will Digivolve. If you have had the Digimon for long enough but don't have the requirements, but you do then end up having the requirements, then the Digimon will Digivolve. In the case of rookies, there is a deadline, the deadline being once 4 days have passed, because that's when the Digimon will Digivolve to Numamon. As for Champion Digimon, the deadline is until the Champion Digimon fades away. Our happiness has gone to the maximum as a result of praising, and I'm hoping that Mojyamon will continue to decline the autopilot so that I can get my discipline back up as well. And the fact that we do now have the happiness for Meramon, and therefore we do now have the bonus condition for Meramon, along with the weight and the care mistakes, therefore totaling to 3 of the requirements. The fact that Mojyamon hasn't Digivolved means that it still hasn't been long enough in order for him to be able to Digivolve. We haven't had Mojyamon for long enough in order for him to be able to Digivolve to Meramon, despite the fact that we have been tricking the evolution counter into thinking that we are older than we actually are, that we've had Mojyamon for longer than we actually have. I guess I'll just continue to train attack. Okay, so Mojyamon is 6. And you need to have a champion Digimon for 6 days before it can Digivolve. But the game will think that we've had Mojyamon for longer than we actually have, although we didn't have Mojyamon at the very beginning of this lifespan. You know, we had a baby Digimon first for 6 hours, then we had an in-training Digimon for about 10 hours. So we didn't have Mojyamon straight away, but this sleep is going to put us forward. Are we now going to Digivolve? Yes, we are. I knew that we had only just entered. I knew that Mojyamon's age had only just reached 6, or rather our Digimon's age. Yeah, Mummamon it is. The fact that our, I was aware that our Digimon's age had only just reached 6, and we didn't have Mojyamon from the very start. We had a baby Digimon first for 6 hours, then a in-training Digimon probably for about 10 hours, so there's 16 hours. So, even though the age was showing as 6, that was the age for our Digimon, not just Mojyamon, but at the same time, I knew that the evolution counter was going up by more than what it should have been going up by. So I was thinking that the Digivolution probably couldn't have been too far away, and then, after sleeping once more and tricking the evolution counter into thinking that another 8 hours had gone by, we then trained once more, and we then Digivolved. And to repeat myself, time is tight. I want to be done with this lifespan as quickly as possible, so what I want to do is I want to take Mummamon to where the opposing Mummamon can feature. I want to defeat and recruit the Mummamon, and then I want my own Mummamon to die as quickly as possible. I'm not letting Mummamon sleep, because I want to have as much time on my hands as possible. I don't want to lose time by letting Mummamon sleep. Okay, we're just going to be grinding until Mojyamon shows up. And, well, pretty much, I want to get my Mojyamon killed straight after defeating and recruiting the opposing Mojyamon, providing that I am successful with it. Yeah, I want to defeat the opposing Mojyamon, and I want to still produce animations accordingly. I want to defeat the opposing Mojyamon, have him join the city. I want to finish the battle with low HP and MP, or at least, okay, Mojyamon has shown up, or at least have HP and MP as low as realistically possible. Then I want to lose my last life by getting my Mojyamon defeated, so that I can then move on to the next lifespan, which is the lifespan that contains the deadline that I am chasing. At the end of that battle, I wanted him to damage me a bit more before using my finish, because like I said, I wanted to finish the battle with low HP to help me with getting my own Mojyamon defeated once I'm done with recruiting the opposing Mojyamon, which is now done. Thanks to the Mojyamon's full power, my Sonic Jab fell to the point where it was doing less than 10 damage per attack. But fortunately my finish was still doing comfortably over 1,000, and that's where most of the damage came from. I think Ninjamon is probably the best choice of Digimon to get defeated by. I think Ninjamon is the best choice of Digimon to lose to. He's located on the Digimon Bridge, which isn't far away at all, especially when you have Kunemon's shortcut. But it's not just about losing, it's also about losing and getting the pink egg. Because when you lose when you fade away naturally, you get to choose which egg you want out of the 4 eggs. But when you die as a result of losing your lives, you don't get to choose your egg, you get given an egg at random, and I need the egg to be the pink egg. So it's not just about losing, it's about losing and getting the pink egg. And I regret to say that this is no longer my first attempt, due to me not getting the egg that I was after. That's me defeated, and now it's just a question of which egg I am going to be presented with. It can't be the green one, it can't be the blue one, it can't be the yellow one, it has to be the pink one. Okay, we are moments away from finding out. Pink egg is the egg that it is, and despite the duration of this challenge so far, and the fact that we are now into our 3rd lifespan, I currently have a very underwhelming 9 prosperity points, which I suppose is a reflection on the sort of challenge that I'm doing, how slow the recruitments are going to be, how restricted I am going to be with making progress towards recruiting Digimon. The first thing for me to do in this lifespan is for me to upgrade the whole of the green gym. If you well, there are 6 pieces of equipment at the green gym, which each train a different stat: HP, MP, attack, defense, speed, and brains. And with the exception of brains, if you train on the same piece of equipment 10 times with a baby Digimon or an in-training Digimon, then you end up upgrading the piece of equipment, which means that the stat increase that you get from training on the piece of equipment improves. There's a boost in the stat increase that you get from training on the piece of equipment. In the previous lifespan, I trained defense 10 times and ended up upgrading the piece of equipment that you train defense on. I also trained HP a handful of times, not to the extent where I upgraded it, but in this lifespan, by continuing to train HP, I ended up upgrading HP as well, and now I'm working on attack. The gym upgrade is permanent. Once you get the extra stat boost it is there to stay for the rest of the game, but each piece of equipment can only be upgraded once. So it's not something that you can keep doing. If you have a baby or in training Digimon as your Digimon, by training HP 10 times, you upgrade the piece of equipment that you train HP on, you upgrade the HP. By training attack 10 times, you upgrade attack, or rather the piece of equipment that trains attack, whatever you want to call it. Train defense 10 times, you upgrade defense. Train speed 10 times, you upgrade speed. Train MP 10 times, and you upgrade MP and brains. I would like to emphasize that you can't upgrade brains by training brains. Instead, you upgrade brains by training MP, and obviously you also upgrade MP by training MP. Now, seeing as there's 6 pieces of equipment, and in order to upgrade the whole of the green gym, you would have to train on 5 of those pieces of equipment, and you would have to train on all 5 of them 10 times. That would end up taking 50 hours of training, which wouldn't be possible in a single lifespan, because your baby Digimon would Digivolve to an in-training Digimon, and then your in-training Digimon would Digivolve to a rookie Digimon, and then you wouldn't be able to go any further with the gym upgrading until the following lifespan. But with Kunemon, things are different, because there's a bug which prevents Kunemon from digivolving. If Kunemon's superior stat is her attack, and if her weight is not within the range of 10 to 20, then she won't digivolve. So in other words, if her attack stat is higher than all of her other stats, and her weight is either below 10 or above 20, then she won't fulfill enough of the requirements in order for her to digivolve to either of her rookies, and because of that, she won't digivolve for as long as her attack is her superior stat and her weight is not within the range of 10 to 20. Just to comment on stats, if you were to compare a stat like HP or MP to a stat like attack, defense, speed, or brains, then you would have to divide the HP and MP by 10 in order to be able to make a comparison. So attack, which is currently 85, that's equal to 850 HP and 850 MP, because when you compare either attack, defense, speed, or brains to either HP or MP, you have to either divide HP or MP by 10, or you have to multiply attack, defense, speed, or brains by 10. So currently my attack is my superior stat, and my weight is under 10, and for as long as things stay that way, Kunemon won't Digivolve, which will enable me to have enough time to upgrade the whole of the green gym, or rather the rest of the green gym, because I did make a small start on it in my previous lifespan, but I've done the majority of it in this lifespan, and even if I hadn't already made a start on it, I could easily upgrade the whole of the green gym in a single lifespan with Kunemon as my Digimon. And when you get to the point where the whole of the green gym has been upgraded, and you decide that you would like to Digivolve, that is easy enough to do. Either put your weight within the range of 10 to 20, or have one of your stats overtake attack, so that attack is no longer the superior stat. Currently, speed is the biggest threat to attack. Defense and brains are both far adrift, but my defense stat and my brain stat are both far adrift of my attack stat. My HP is a fair way adrift. My MP isn't an enormous distance away, and my speed is the stat that is closest to my attack, and therefore the biggest threat to my attack. For as long as I want or need my attack to be my superior stat, I need to ensure that it stays ahead of the rest of the stats. But when I get to the point where the whole of the gym has been upgraded, I will then allow one of my stats to overtake attack, so that I will then Digivolve, because I can't just stay as Kunemon for the whole of this lifespan. You know, I'm delaying Kunemon's Digivolution, so that I can upgrade the whole of the green gym, which will, prove to be helpful in this challenge, because it means that for the rest of the challenge I will be, gaining bigger stat boosts from using the gym. But I will need to move on and Digivolve to a rookie Digimon, so that I can then make the next step of progress in this challenge. Okay, MP has now been upgraded. Defense, defense was... okay, I think MP has just overtaken attack, which means I should now Digivolve. Yes, that is correct. And the next objective is to Digivolve to Palmon, because that is the rookie Digimon who I need. Yeah, defense had already been upgraded. HP we had gone some of the way with, and we then upgraded, okay, it is Palmon, and we then, you know, saw to the rest of it in this lifespan, and then as well as that, I also upgraded attack, speed, MP and brains, starting from scratch. And I've got my MP up to 1,000 because I am thinking ahead. I am thinking about future Digivolutions, as well as what I plan to do with Palmon. There is work to be done with Palmon. One thing that we need to do with her is defeat and recruit the Palmon in the native forest, well, by training at the Green Gym between now and then, it will make the battle against Palmon easier. And I am also thinking I'm thinking beyond Palmon as well. Because I'm also, you know, thinking about Digivolutions. You know, I'm thinking about, you know, where I want to go next after Palmon, which Digimon I want Palmon to Digivolve to. And once again, I'm going to be keeping my Digimon awake against their will. I'm going to be keeping Palmon awake against her will, and I'm not going to be sleeping until the hour before the hour that Palmon is due to wake up on, because I'm eager to speed up Palmon's Digivolution. It does also mean that I'm going to have care mistakes from keeping Palmon awake, but I've also been having care mistakes from not feeding Palmon, which has also which will also be having an impact on Palmon's weight, and this is all good because I know what Digimon I want Palmon to Digivolve to, and what the necessities are in order for me to be successful with this. If I get up the Digivolution guide, Kunemon could have digivolved to 2 different rookie Digimon, either Palmon or Betamon, and from the looks of things, Kunemon digivolves to Palmon if her superior stat is either MP, speed or brains, whereas Kunemon, from the looks of things, will digivolve to Betamon if the superior stat is either HP or defense, whereas having attack as the superior stat is not a requirement for either of them, which is why by having attack as the superior stat and not having your weight within the range of 10 to 20, it's possible for you to only have 2 of the requirements for both of Kunemon's natural rookies. Those requirements being the care mistakes and the bonus condition. It is impossible for Kunemon to not fulfill those. It's impossible for any baby Digimon or in training Digimon to not fulfill the care mistake requirement or bonus condition, and in every case apart from Kunemon, it's also impossible not to fulfill the stat requirement for a Digivolution, which is why Kunemon is the only Digimon whose Digivolution can be prevented. When I was done upgrading the gym, my MP was my superior stat, and I ended up digivolving to Palmon. There are 5 Digimon that Palmon can digivolve to: Agumon, Vegimon, Ninjamon, Greymon, and Kunemon. If I begin with Agumon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP, 1000 MP, 100 attack, and 100 speed. I think I've got the stat requirement for Agumon, because I think that defense and speed are my only stats that are below 100. Yes. Defense and speed are the only stats that are below 100. Attack, defense and brains are under 100, attack and speed are over 100, HP and MP are over 1000, which is the equivalent of 100 if we're going to be comparing HP and MP to attack, defense, speed and brains. So I do have the stat requirement for Agumon. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. I have that as well. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I'm nowhere near that, and I'm not going to have it either. And then the bonus condition, there's 2 elements. Either have a minimum of 28 techniques, or have Kunemon as your Digimon. We've got 0 chance of fulfilling the bonus condition. So at the moment we have just 2 of the requirements for Agumon, and I've already said that I'm not going to be fulfilling I'm not going to be fulfilling a third requirement because I'm going to be keeping my weight down, and the bonus condition is out of the question. Ninjamon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP, 100 defense and 100 speed. We have that. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. We don't have that. The weight requirement is 5 to 15. We don't have that. Our weight is under 5, and that's where I'm planning on keeping it. And then the bonus condition for Ninjamon, there's 2 elements. Either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 15 battles. We are definitely not going to fulfill the bonus condition, so that's just 1 requirement for Ninjamon that we are fulfilling. And seeing as the care mistakes and bonus condition are both out of the question, even if we were to end up with the weight requirement for Ninjamon, that would still only be 2 of the requirements. Greymon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 brains. We don't have that because our brains is under 100. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. We don't have that because our number of care mistakes is above 5. Weight requirement 35 to 45. We are nowhere near that, and we are not going to be near it either. And then the bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 28 techniques, or have your discipline at a minimum of 60%. I would say that due to our discipline, we do have the bonus condition for Greymon, but that is the only requirement. I am now heading to the Palmon in the native forest, intent on defeating her. Kunemon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 defense. We don't have that. Care mistake requirement minimum of 3. We do have that. Weight requirement 25 to 35. We don't currently have that, and we are not going to have it either. And then bonus condition, there are 2 elements to it. One is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. The other is to have a maximum of 5 battles. So we are fulfilling the battle part of the bonus condition, but that plus the care mistakes is only 2 of the requirements, and I'm going to be keeping my defense down so that I don't have the stat requirement for Kunemon, and therefore won't have 3 of the requirements for Kunemon. that battle felt very much like a cat fight, with all the claws that were being used, or rather, all of the poison claws that were being used. And you've probably been able to conclude that Vegiemon is the Digimon that I'm aiming for. The stat requirement is 1000 MP, I have that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5, I do have that. The weight requirement is 5 to 15, I don't currently have that, but it wouldn't be hard for me to force feed Palmon and get her weight up to 5, so that I do have the weight range for Vegiemon, which would mean having 3 of the requirements. As for the bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. One of them is to have a minimum of 21 techniques. The other is for your happiness to be at a minimum of 50%. And if I have interpreted this correctly, I don't currently have the bonus condition for Vegiemon, because when it says about happiness being at a minimum of 50%, I don't think that means being like halfway between like 0% and 100%. I think it means that your happiness has to be in the positive, and the gorge has to be like halfway, and at the moment it's a bit adrift of that. But I, went into this lifespan, before I comment on that, even if I'm not currently fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Vegiemon, all I have to do is praise Palmon a few times so that her happiness definitely is high enough. There's a praise. There's another praise. There's a third praise. Okay, I definitely have the bonus condition now, which means that I definitely have 3 of the requirements now: stats, care mistakes, and bonus condition. So now it's just a case of waiting until we've had Palmon for long enough in order for her to be able to Digivolve. Because I was about to say that we had the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement, and we were lacking the weight requirement and the bonus condition, which meant that either we needed to force feed Palmon and put her weight up to being within the range of 5 to 15, which is also the weight range for Ninjamon, but that's okay, because we only... because even with the weight, we would only have 2 of the requirements for Ninjamon, because when I checked and we didn't have the weight for Ninjamon, we only had 1 of the requirements. The other option was to praise Palmon so that her happiness was high enough in order for us to have the bonus condition. So we do now have 3 of the requirements for Vegemon, and less than 3 of the requirements for every other Digimon. But when I entered this lifespan, I was keen to upgrade the whole of the Green Gym, and that's been done. I was keen to... okay, we're Digivolving. I was keen to Digivolve to Palmon, so that I could then defeat and recruit the opposing Palmon. That I was successful with. And Vegemon is the champion Digimon that I have Digivolved to, and that was my next ambition. And the fact that we have recruited Palmon means that Palmon has upgraded the meat farm, and it's no longer Kunemon working on the meat farm, but Palmon instead. And because of that, it's now possible to recruit Vegemon. In order to be able to recruit Vegemon, you need to recruit Palmon and have a minimum of 9 prosperity points. That way, Kunemon, if you speak to her while she's active, she will tell you about a plant that's growing at the tropical jungle, and in order to be able to recruit Vegemon from this, you have to water the plant with a rain plant, and in order to be able to obtain a rain plant, you have to recruit Palmon, and then on day 15 of every year there will be a rain plant next to Kunemon, and if you collect the rain plant, then you can use the rain plant to recruit Vegemon. So you might now understand why I had such urgency, because I wanted to be able to recruit Vegemon in this lifespan. I wanted to be able to recruit Palmon in this lifespan and have a minimum of 9 prosperity points, and for the day to be no later than day 15, so that I would be able to recruit Vegemon. In the first lifespan, I recruited Agumon and Meramon, giving me 3 prosperity points. In the second lifespan, I recruited Kunemon, Mojyamon and Meramon, bringing me up to 9 prosperity points. In this lifespan, I have recruited Palmon so far, bringing me up to 10 prosperity points. I have had Kunemon tell me about the plant that's growing at the tropical jungle, and now I just need to wait until day 15 so that I can obtain the rain plant. Yeah, by taking the rain plant to the plant that's in the tropical jungle, I can water the plant, and then Vegiemon will be produced and will join the city. And Vegiemon is the Digimon that I've got at the moment, the Digimon who I was aiming for since the very beginning of this lifespan. I wanted to Digivolve to Palmon, recruit Palmon, Digivolve to Vegiemon, recruit Vegiemon. You might be wondering why I'm getting into all of these battles, and there is a reason for it. As you know, I am aiming to recruit Vegiemon, which will require me to have Vegiemon as my Digimon, which I currently do. And in this lifespan, I am also planning on eventually digivolving to Piximon, which will enable me to recruit Piximon. However, the plan is not to go straight from Vegiemon to Piximon. Instead, there is a special Digivolution that enables you to go from Vegiemon to Ninjamon, and it's possible to go from Ninjamon to Piximon. And in order for you to be able to Digivolve from Vegiemon to Ninjamon, there are a few requirements, and one of those requirements is to have a minimum of 50 battles. So the reason why I'm getting into loads of battles is because I am hoping to Digivolve from Vegiemon to Ninjamon, and these initial battles that I'm getting into are preparation for my hopes to Digivolve to Ninjamon. It's just, recruiting Palmon was great. Recruiting Vegiemon will be great, and that is the next recruitment that is on my mind. However, it would also be great to go further with recruitments, and Vegiemon and Ninjamon can both Digivolve to Piximon, which makes Piximon a recruitable Digimon in this lifespan. And seeing as it's possible to Digivolve from Vegiemon to Ninjamon, to me it makes the most sense to Digivolve from Vegiemon to Ninjamon, and then from Ninjamon to Piximon. That way, as well as being able to recruit Vegiemon in this lifespan, I will also be able to recruit Ninjamon in this lifespan if I can Digivolve to Ninjamon, and then I will be able to also recruit Piximon in this lifespan if I am able to Digivolve to Piximon. So it just means that I can make a fair bit of progress in one single lifespan. Obviously, I can't Digivolve to Ninjamon until after recruiting Vegiemon, because I have to, recruit Vegiemon with Vegiemon. But in order for it to be possible to Digivolve from Vegiemon to Ninjamon, I'm going to... Well, one of the requirements is to have a minimum of 50 battles, and so from my point of view, it doesn't matter if I make an initial start with the battles, because unless until I've won 50 battles with Vegiemon, it's not going to be possible for me to Digivolve to Ninjamon. So until then, I'm going to be staying as Vegiemon, so there's no harm in winning, say, 10 battles or 20 battles or 30 battles or even 40 battles before recruiting Vegiemon, because I still won't be able to Digivolve to Ninjamon until I've reached the target of 50 battles. And at the moment, I don't want to speed up Vegiemon's Digivolution, because I don't want to Digivolve to Piximon too early, because there's quite a lot of work to be done needing to recruit Vegiemon with Vegiemon, needing to try and Digivolve from Vegiemon to Ninjamon, and then recruiting Ninjamon. So at the moment I don't want to speed up Vegiemon's Digivolution because of the amount of work that there is to be done with Vegiemon. Or rather, the amount of work that there is to be done between now and when it would be helpful to Digivolve to Piximon. I need to recruit Vegiemon, I need to win a minimum of 50 battles I then need to sleep as Vegiemon with maximum discipline, and then there's a chance that Vegiemon might digivolve to Ninjamon. And when the time does come, when I do have, 50 battles under my belt and maximum discipline, and Vegiemon wants to sleep, and I've already recruited Vegiemon, and it's time to attempt to move on to Ninjamon, I do have an idea on how to make the Digivolution successful when sleeping. When you have fulfilled the criteria and you sleep with Vegiemon, I think there's a 1 in 3 chance of Vegiemon digivolve into Ninjamon, and because of that, instead of just waiting for Vegiemon to want to sleep and then sleep and save, I think it would be better to go to Digimon's house when Vegiemon wants to sleep, save at Digimon's house, then sleep, but only sleep. Don't save as well. If you sleep and save and don't digivolve to Ninjamon, then that's a day wasted, and you would have to wait until Vegiemon needs to sleep again before you would get another chance at digivolving to Ninjamon. But if you were to save at Digimon's house when Vegiemon wants to sleep, and then you were to sleep and only sleep, and the Digivolution was to be unsuccessful, then you can reload and then sleep again and try again, and if you were to be unsuccessful again, then you can reload again. And if you were to just repeat the exact same actions every time, then I think that the outcome would be the same every time, and because of that, when you do reload and try again, you would need to try and do something a bit differently. You would need to alter the variables a bit, so that might mean reload, scold Vegiemon, then let him sleep. If that doesn't work, reload, praise Vegiemon, then let him sleep. If that doesn't work, reload, scold Vegiemon twice, then let him sleep. Keep changing little things until you eventually are successful with digivolving to Ninjamon. The good thing about saving in Digimon's house and then only sleeping and not saving is the fact that if the Digivolution is not successful, then you can just keep retrying until the Digivolution is successful. No days will be wasted, no time will be wasted. I am aware of, you know, the rain plant, which you have to collect on day 15, because it's only available on day 15. If you don't get it on day 15, then you would have to wait until the following year in order to have another chance to collect it. Because if you don't get it on day 15, then it won't be available on day 16. You know, you have to get it on day 15. So I do know about the rain plant. I do know that I have to recruit Vegiemon while my own Digimon is Vegiemon, which is the case at the moment. And, you know, even though I am, you know, currently taking steps towards Ninjamon, I'm going to ensure that Vegiemon is recruited before there's any risk of me digivolving to Ninjamon, and I'm going to go about that either by making sure that the number of battles initially stays under 50, or that my discipline initially stays under 100%. Also, I'm currently not allowing Vegiemon to sleep. I've explained that I need to have as much time as possible in order to make the progress that I need to make, and because of that, I'm currently keeping Vegiemon awake 24 hours a day. I'm not letting him sleep. I am resting in Digimon's house to maintain, you know, tiredness, to stop tiredness from becoming a problem, to try and prevent sweat bubble, but I'm not letting Vegiemon sleep. I am keeping Vegiemon awake during the whole of his active hours as well as the whole of his inactive hours. You know, when he wants to sleep, I am keeping him awake, and I'm not going to be doing what I previously did, where I let my Digimon go to sleep the hour before the hour they were due to wake up, because that speeds up Digivolutions. I'm currently trying to slow down Digivolutions, and that means not letting my Digimon sleep at all, so that I've got more time to make progress with what I need to make progress with. By keeping Vegiemon awake, I have managed to have a lot of battles. I've managed to, you know, make a lot of progress towards Ninjamon, and I do want to digivolve to Ninjamon as soon as possible. But obviously I have to recruit Vegiemon first. if you think about it, the objective going through my mind is to recruit Vegiemon, then Digivolve to Ninjamon, and then successfully recruit Vegiemon, Digivolve to Ninjamon, then recruit Ninjamon, and then successfully Digivolve from Ninjamon to Pixiemon before Ninjamon fades away. So, you know, there is a lot of work to be done. Time is very valuable. In my previous lifespans, my desire to end the lifespans so, like, quickly, you know, my desire to digivolve as quickly as possible and die as quickly as possible has no connection to Ninjamon or Pixiemon. It was simply connected to Palmon and Vegiemon. The desire to be able to get Palmon and Vegiemon recruited during the first year, which from the looks of things I am going to be successful with. I needed to have Palmon recruited by no later than day 15 so that the rain plant would be available, and I also needed a minimum of 9 prosperity points so that Kunemon would tell me about the plant that's growing in the tropical jungle, which Kunemon needs to say to you in order for the plant to appear. So that was the deadline. I needed to have a minimum of 9 prosperity points. You know, I wanted to digivolve from Palmon to Vegiemon as early as possible so that I could recruit Vegiemon, and that meant that there was the deadline of day 15, but there was also the necessity to have a minimum of 9 prosperity points. So in my previous lifespans, I needed to be in a position where in this lifespan I could have Palmon recruited with a minimum of 9 prosperity points, and with the day being no later than day 15. And you have to remember that in order to be able to digivolve from a champion Digimon to an ultimate Digimon, you need to have the champion Digimon for a minimum of 6 days, and if I was to Digivolve straight from Vegiemon to Pixiemon, then the 6-day counter would have started the moment I Digivolved from Palmon to Vegiemon. But if I was to Digivolve from Vegiemon to Ninjamon, then I don't know if the 6-day counter would then reset when Digivolving to Ninjamon. What I mean by that is that if I was to have Vegiemon for say 5 days and then Digivolve to Ninjamon, I don't know if the evolution counter would still be at 5 days, and then in 1 day's time I would be able to Digivolve to Pixiemon, or if it would be a case of I would have Vegiemon for 5 days, then I would Digivolve to Ninjamon, and then the evolution counter would reset and would be at 0, and then I would need to have Ninjamon for a minimum of 6 days before there's any chance of him Digivolving. Not only that, but there are requirements when it comes to Digivolutions. One of the requirements being care mistakes, and when you Digivolve, I think that your care mistakes get wiped clean, and in other words, if I was to have, say, 10 care mistakes with Vegiemon, and then Digivolve to Ninjamon, I think the number of care mistakes would then go down to 0 instead of stay at 10. In some scenarios that might be a good thing, but in this scenario it would likely prove to be a problem, because in order to Digivolve to Pixiemon, you do need a high number of care mistakes. In fact, the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 15. So, you know, I don't want to... Well, what I'm trying to say is that I would have a lot of work on my hands if I was to need to have Ninjamon for a minimum of 6 days in order for him to be able to Digivolve to Pixiemon, as well as needing to get a minimum of 15 care mistakes with Ninjamon as well. I'm sure you can understand, you know, why I have such haste, you know, why I was, you know, desperate to Digivolve from Palmon to Vegiemon as quickly as possible, and why I'm eager to have these 50 battles as quickly as possible, so that the possibility of digivolving to Ninjamon becomes an option as quickly as possible. So you have to remember, even if you're a good tamer, the maximum lifespan for a champion Digimon is typically 14 or 15, which means that if you're aiming to digivolve from a champion Digimon to an ultimate Digimon, then you would need to have the requirements fulfilled before the champion Digimon fades away. That means having the champion Digimon for a minimum of 6 days, as well as having at least 3 of the conditions met. You know, when it comes to stats, care mistakes, weight and bonus condition, you know, you will need to have at least 3 of those in the bag in order to be able to digivolve. Well, we're currently 5, but it is late into the day, so it's not going to be long until we are 6. I am continuing to keep Vegemon awake against his will, but I am also resting to try and keep tiredness at bay, try to prevent the sweat bubble from showing up, trying to keep our energy at a healthy level. And I have to say, these battles have certainly proved to have a positive impact on our happiness and discipline. It's just winning battles causes your Digimon's happiness to go up, and in this case our happiness ended up getting close to the maximum, and then I felt like it was okay to scold Vegemon to boost his discipline a bit. You know, that would come at the expense of his happiness, but then by winning more battles the happiness would go back up, so the loss of happiness from scolding would be compensated. If I didn't scold my Digimon and I just kept winning battles, then happiness would reach the very maximum, and then winning more battles wouldn't have, you know, any more of a positive impact, because happiness would already be as good as it could get. But by scolding your Digimon and putting your discipline up and your happiness down, you know, you can then get your happiness back by winning more battles if you are due to have a lot of battles. it is funny, just doing these challenges and commenting on these challenges does make me realise that my ability at this game and my knowledge on this game is surprisingly poor, because I'm here talking and I'm openly admitting to not being sure about certain things, you know, not being certain about what will happen or what won't happen or what might happen, or how certain things might work or are meant to work. I do follow guides and resources which are very helpful. You know, I rely on them very heavily. You know, like, most of what I've learnt when it comes to this game is not stuff that I've learnt myself. It's stuff that I've learnt from watching other people play this game, particularly speedrunners, as well as, you know, like, reading like online guides, online resources. But despite trying to utilise the resources, I still have like difficulties with certain things. I still have like doubts and uncertainties with certain things. Just my ability to like interpret and understand written information can be very poor, and that does affect me when it comes to like trying to make sense of like online resources where it's all written information. You know, sometimes I will like consult like a guide or a resource, but I won't be able to understand it just because of like the way it's written or whatever. I just won't like understand all of it. There'll be things that I won't know how to interpret. I don't always like interpret stuff correctly. You know, sometimes I do come to misunderstandings. Not to mention that you can't trust everything that you read, because there are some guides and resources that do contain information that isn't true. The guides and resources that I trust the most do seem to be accurate and reliable. The only personal downfall for me is the fact that sometimes I struggle to understand it. Yeah, there won't be anything wrong with the resource, I'll just have trouble with like understanding the information. And yeah, there have been quite a lot of guides and resources that I've clicked onto and I've then clicked away from them because they have displayed information which I've known to not be true, and then that puts me in the position of not being able to trust it. It's not a very good first impression when a person or a guide that's been put together by a person displays information that isn't true, because, you know, that sort of immediately sends out the message of, I don't know what I'm talking about, and you know, it creates trust issues. It puts you in a position where you're not really sure what to believe, because it's like, you know, if they're wrong about some stuff, then, you know, they could be wrong about other stuff as well. I would say that I was going to say that watching speedruns has been most helpful for me, you know, when it comes to this game, you know, when it comes to sort of like trying to gain knowledge on the game, trying to sort of improve at the game, try and be like better off when it comes to like skill and knowledge and ability. There have been like speed runs that have been very helpful for me. There have been other videos that have also been very helpful for me. But there are you know, online guides and resources that I have relied on very heavily, and without them I would just be completely lost and hopeless, because with the challenges that I've done, you know, some of these guides and resources I have relied on very heavily. Digivolution guide, you know, where it tells you like all of the possible Digivolutions, like all of the different Digimon that each Digimon can Digivolve to, and the requirements in order for the Digimon to Digivolve to the Digimon that it's able to Digivolve to. I've also been greatly helped by technique guides as well, where it tells you all of the techniques that certain Digimon are able to learn and use, and the probability of the Digimon learning the technique, and you know, where the technique can be learned from, you know, what Digimon you can learn the technique from, and other sites as well that just contains loads of information on the Digimon, like all the information that you could need to know. So, you know, I owe so much to you know, other people who have created guides and resources, other people who have created sites, other people who have put videos together. I believe that Vegemon will now no longer want to sleep, but he will still need the toilet, and we have made it to the toilet in time. And the reason why I went to the item bank and removed everything from my inventory apart from the rain plant is because I wanted to go to the tropical jungle and recruit Vegemon by using the rain plant like I did, and now I would like to take advantage of the fact that Vegemon is a virus Digimon, and I would like to see to the first part of Greylord's Mansion. The first part of Greylord's Mansion, where you find Mojyamon and you aid him. That alone doesn't result in the recruitment of any Digimon. It is the first step towards the recruitment of SkullGreymon, but SkullGreymon's recruitment is a long way into the future. If I do recruit SkullGreymon, then I will need to have SkullGreymon as my Digimon, but you know, SkullGreymon's recruitment is out of the question for a very long time. I'm just here at the Greylord's Mansion taking the very first step towards SkullGreymon's recruitment, the very first bit of progress. And, you know, this alone doesn't result in you recruiting any Digimon, so it's okay to do this with any Digimon, and I thought that I might as well come to Greylord's Mansion with Vegemon, because you need to have a virus Digimon in order to be able to enter Greylord's Mansion, and Vegemon is a virus Digimon. And as well as aiding Mojyamon, I would like to also collect all of the items that are here at the Greylord's Mansion, so that's why I put all of my items into the item bank apart from the rain plant. That way I knew that I would come here with an empty inventory, so that I would be able to collect most of the items that are here without having any issues regarding inventory space. Okay, so I've got 8 items in my inventory, meaning that I've got the space for 2 more. Mojyamon will give me a refrigerator key, leaving me with just 1 space. I will use the refrigerator key, bringing me back to 2 spaces. After using the refrigerator key, I will be presented with a memo which will result in there being a sirloin in the Overdale Cemetery, putting me back to having just 1 space in my inventory. And there are 4 other items within the mansion that are yet to be collected. There's no need to come in here. there's nothing useful in here. I just like to come in here and fall for the trap, which takes you back down to the area where the toilet is, and you take yet more damage from the fall. But we're not far away from the refrigerator. And I did not mean to read it twice. So yes, now there will be a sirloin in the Overdow Cemetery. That is where we need to go, because the sirloin is what you need to give to Mojyamon in order to aid him, in order for him to recover and get back onto his feet and be better again. Now if you go back to the Overdow Cemetery, then you'll see that the sirloin would have respawned. There it is. Interestingly, if you go to the Overdow Cemetery and collect the sirloin, and then leave the Overdow Cemetery and re-enter the Overdow Cemetery without giving the sirloin to Mojyamon, then the sirloin will respawn, and it will keep respawning until you give the sirloin to Mojyamon. Yet once you give the sirloin to Mojyamon, there will no longer be a sirloin in the Overdow Cemetery. It will stop respawning. Which means that if you collect just one sirloin and then return to Mojyamon and give it to him, then I don't believe that it will be possible to collect the sirloin again, and in which case you would never be able to see the item again. And because of that, when I have the opportunity to collect more than one of the sirloin, I like to take advantage of the opportunity and collect 2 sirloins. Give one to Mojyamon and put the other into the item bank. That way I will end up having an item which I don't think you are meant to be able to have. I'm 1 item short. The defense disc has the least value, that can be sold. Okay, I've now got every item that's in Greylord's mansion. The only problem is that I can't go to the city and sell the unwanted stuff that's in my inventory, because I don't have an item, because there is no item shop in the city, not at the moment, so the unwanted items are going to have to go into the item bank for the time being, as well as the wanted items as well, like the item chips. You know, they're useful. You know, some of the items are useful and are going to be wanted. Some of them are not useful or not wanted, and are just going to be sold, but I can't sell them in the city, not with there being no item shop. It is day 15, which means that there is still the secret item shop at the Gear Savannah, where you can, where, you know, you can sell what's in your inventory. Okay, well that's had a negative impact on my happiness and discipline, and it's a very good thing that I just happen to have a couple of medicines in the item bank. I can only imagine that that came from, the sickness came from keeping Vegiemon awake against his will so much. Because even though outside of battles I still produced animations, when the clock struck a new hour while Vegiemon wanted to sleep, I did also get into battles while Vegiemon wanted to sleep. 12 prosperity points. I did also get into battles while Vegiemon wanted to sleep, and during those battles there were a lot of times where the clock did strike a new hour during the battle while Vegiemon wanted to sleep, and maybe that's what resulted in Vegiemon becoming sick. I was saying about the item shop in Gear Savannah, I mean, it's day 15, which means that it is available at the moment, it is available today. I could, you know, sell items that are in my inventory at the secret item shop at the Gear Savannah, but the secret item shop is only going to be available for the rest of today. It won't be available tomorrow, so if it is something that I am interested in doing, then I am going to have to act pretty promptly. But I do have other fish to be frying, such as trying to Digivolve to Ninjamon and trying to then recruit Ninjamon with Ninjamon, and then trying to Digivolve from Ninjamon to Pixiemon, and then trying to then recruit Pixiemon with Pixiemon. Now, I did rest a handful of times, so I should be able to have quite a few battles without needing to worry about the sweat bubble. HP and MP have been recovered as well. I was commenting on the sirloin at Greylord's mansion. You know, I like to make the most of the opportunity to collect the sirloin twice, so that I can give one to my Altismon and put the other into the item bank, and then I can have the satisfaction of knowing that I've got an item within my possession which I don't think is an item that you are meant to be able to have. It's an item that I think is meant to be a missable item that you only get one chance to get. that if you collect, you know, one sirloin and give it to Mojyamon, then you will never see the sirloin again. But if you, you know, collect more than one, which you will only get one opportunity to do, then, you know, you can end up with an item that I don't think you're meant to be able to have, an item that I don't think you would ever get another chance to have. I don't believe that the sirloin has any useful purposes outside of giving it to Mojyamon. I just like to, you know, have the item just for the sake of having the item. If we put aside Greylord's mansion, I did go to the tropical jungle with the rain plant, and I did produce Digimon, and I did recruit Digimon, and that for me was a big relief, because it was one of the main things that I was worried about in this challenge. You know, I had a big worry about whether or not I would be successful with recruiting Digimon during the first year, because of all of the initial stuff that needed to be done and the limited amount of time that I had to do those things. With Digimon recruited, there are no more Digimon that I can recruit while I have Digimon as my Digimon. So now it's all about trying to Digivolve from Digimon to Ninjamon. Yeah, make it up to battle number 50, ensure that my discipline is at the maximum, and that Digimon needs to sleep. And like I said before, save in Digimon's house before you sleep, and make sure that you only sleep and you don't save as well. That way you can ensure that you will Digivolve to Ninjamon, and it will essentially be as if you were successful with the Digivolution on your very first try, even if it wasn't your very first try due to you needing to reload, but you would still have succeeded at it. the earliest opportunity, if you know what I mean. It's just, if it's your, like, first try and you're not successful, and then you reload, you're basically having another first try. And if you keep being unsuccessful and you keep reloading, then you keep having more and more first tries. And when you do succeed, you know, even though it took you, you know, multiple failed attempts, when it comes to the in-game, you know, it still would have been your first try, if that makes sense. And be grateful that I've chosen to have these battles against the most feeble opposition available, because if I had chosen, you know, tougher opponents, then, you know, this would be a lot more boring for you viewers, it would be a lot longer for you viewers, it would be a lot more repetitive for you viewers. I mean, I don't doubt that that already describes how it is for you viewers, even with the basic opposition, but against tougher opposition it would be a whole lot worse. I'm not sure how much praise I deserve though, because I am mostly doing this for myself. You know, when the decision to pick the most feeble Digimon who I could win against the most quickly and the most easily, you know, I am mostly doing it for myself. I am mostly doing it to make things as quick and easy for me as what's possible. Yeah, I'm trying to make it as quick as realistically possible, as easy as realistically possible. But regardless of who I'm doing it for, I would like to, I would hope that, you know, you viewers who are watching this, you know, I would hope that you are grateful that the, you know, 50 battles that I'm aiming for are being against the most feeble opposition available, so that I will reach 50 battles the most quickly and most easily. the most quickly and easy that's physically possible. Because, even if this is still long and tedious and boring among other negative things, choosing to fight these Digimon is the least bad option. So, it couldn't possibly be any better than this. It could only possibly be worse than this. Vegiemon wants to sleep, which means that if I was to reach 50 battles and have maximum discipline, then this sleep could be the sleep that sees us digivolve to Ninjamon. I think we have until 1 AM. I think that Vegiemon wakes up at 1 AM, which means that we have until 1 AM to put Vegiemon to sleep. Which means that we have until then to reach the necessary targets for Ninjamon in order for us to be able to digivolve to Ninjamon during this sleep. The sleep that Vegiemon currently wants. Ooh, the sweat bubble. That is something I was hoping not to see, and I need to get that treated as quickly as possible. Otherwise, our happiness and discipline is going to go down, and we really can't afford for that to happen. Not with the fact that we need to have maximum discipline in order to be able to digivolve to Ninjamon. Will one rest get rid of the sweat bubble? Yes. But we would be... Wait, what? I was not expecting Vegiemon to go to the toilet there. I rested. He was then telling us that he needed the toilet, but his discipline was virtually at the maximum, which made me think that I would be able to rest once more. and be able to make it to the toilet in time. So that is a further complication on our happiness and discipline. Well, resting once got rid of the sweat bubble, but we would have been very close to seeing the sweat bubble again. You know, possibly one single battle might have resulted in the sweat bubble reappearing, so I had to rest a few times. Yeah, I had to rest a few times so that I could, you know, at least have a few battles without needing to worry about the sweat bubble coming back, because when I rested just once, although the sweat bubble was gone, it would have been extremely close to returning. But now we've managed to put it a bit further away from making a reappearance. I will say though, happiness and discipline currently are both very important, because we need discipline in order to be able to digivolve to Ninjamon. We need our discipline to be at 100%, and we also, well, that's just to digivolve to Ninjamon. And if we were to then digivolve from Ninjamon to Pixiemon, then happiness would be very relevant. One of the bonus conditions for digivolving to Pixiemon is for your happiness to be at a minimum of 95% full, and I just explained that part of the requirement for digivolving from Vegiemon to Ninjamon is for our discipline to be at the maximum. So I'm sure that you can understand what I was getting at when I was saying that at the moment happiness and discipline are both very important. There are 2 more Digivolutions that I'm aiming for in this lifespan: Ninjamon and Pixiemon. And for the first one we are going to need discipline, and for the second one we are going to need happiness. Oh, and by the way, the time has come. We've had the 50 battles that we needed to have. We've put our discipline to the maximum. Vegiemon wants to sleep. I wasn't successful straight away, so after reloading I did a scold to try and alter the variables, and we are digivolving. So after all of that hard work, we are saying goodbye to Vegiemon, and it's hello Ninjamon. I know that you don't have to rely on Vegiemon in order to end up with Ninjamon. I understand that you can digivolve to Ninjamon from a rookie Digimon, and because of that, it's not compulsory to do the special Digivolution from Vegiemon to Ninjamon, but in every lifespan I want to be able to recruit as many Digimon as possible, make as much progress as possible, and so by having more Digimon in a single lifespan, that creates more opportunity for more recruitments, because by doing this special Digivolution, it has created the opportunity for me to recruit 2 champion Digimon in the same lifespan, which isn't something that you would normally be able to do in a challenge like this, because you wouldn't normally have 2 separate champion Digimon in one lifespan. I want this challenge to, obviously I want to succeed at this challenge. I want it to take as few lifespans as possible. And if I didn't digivolve to Ninjamon this way, then I would have needed an extra lifespan, because I would have had to have digivolved to Ninjamon naturally from a rookie Digimon. So it would have meant an extra lifespan, and also it would have meant that Ninjamon would have been left unrecruited for longer, because Ninjamon wouldn't have been recruitable in this lifespan. So, that's why I wanted to make the most of the special Digivolution that enables you to digivolve from Vegiemon to Ninjamon, so that I would be able to recruit Vegiemon and Ninjamon in the same lifespan, and conveniently they both happen to digivolve to Pixiemon, who is also a Digimon who I'm pursuing. And the care mistake requirement for Pixiemon is to have a minimum of 15 care mistakes. So because of that, I am eager to have care mistakes, as many as possible. And when I rested and Ninjamon wanted to eat. And the food bubble was half an hour away from disappearing. Instead of resting again, I went to the green gym and trained, so that the care mistake would definitely count as 2. If I had rested, then the care mistake might not have counted twice. It might have only counted once, or it might not have counted at all. I don't know for certain. My guess would be that it probably would have counted as 1. It would have counted as 1, but by going to the gym and training and missing the opportunity to feed my Digimon as a result of training, every time I don't feed my Digimon, it's going to count as 2 care mistakes. So I am focused on Digivolving from Ninjamon to Pixiemon, but before that I do have to defeat Ninjamon with Ninjamon, the Ninjamon on the Digimon bridge. I have to defeat him while I have Ninjamon as my own Digimon. So even though I am pursuing Pixiemon's Digivolution, I do have to recruit Ninjamon while I've got Ninjamon as my Digimon. I do have to recruit Ninjamon before Digivolving to Pixiemon. And from the looks of things, we should be able to Digivolve to Pixiemon without the need of fulfilling the stat requirement. The stat requirement is 300 attack, 300 defense, 400 speed, 400 brains. However, the care mistake requirement is a minimum of 15. That is very achievable, especially with us not feeding Ninjamon and keeping him awake against his will. The weight requirement is 0 to 10. That also is going to be very achievable if we are not going to be feeding our Digimon. And then one of the bonus conditions is simply for your happiness to be at a minimum of 95%, which we can easily achieve just from praising our Digimon. The other bonus condition is to have a minimum of 25 techniques, which we are not going to be able to fulfill, but we will be able to fulfill the happiness side of the bonus condition, as well as the weight requirement and the care mistake requirement. Now, because of the glitch that I mentioned when I had Mojyamon as my Digimon, the potential harm that can come from not feeding your Digimon when your Digimon wants to... When I said that if your Digimon wants to eat and you let your Digimon sleep without feeding your Digimon, then that can result in your Digimon then going the whole of the next day without wanting to eat, which would mean not being able to get any food-related care mistakes. Obviously I didn't want that to happen, so I chose to feed Ninjamon because I was about to put him to sleep, and the reason why I put him to sleep was because we were 1 hour away from the hour that he was due to wake up on. So in the interest of trying to speed up the evolution counter, I'm doing the infamous trick of keeping Ninjamon awake for 23 hours and only letting him sleep for 1 hour, and then even though 24 hours will be going by, the evolution counter will be going up by 32 hours. Okay, I was about to get worried because I was about to comment on the fact that Ninjamon's appetite hadn't yet kicked in, but it has now kicked in, so I will be able to continue to get care mistakes. That was something that I was becoming worried about. Just to let you know, there are in fact 2 other Digimon that Ninjamon can Digivolve to. One of them is Mojyamon, and the stat requirement for him, which we are not pursuing, the same way that we are not pursuing Piximon's stat requirement. The stat requirement for Metalmamemon is 500 attack, 400 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains, but we are not pursuing the stat requirements for any of Ninjamon's ultimate Digimon, so we're not going to have the stat requirement for any of Ninjamon's ultimate Digimon, so we're not going to have the stat requirement for Metalmamemon, and we are also not going to have the care mistake requirement for Metalmamemon, because the care mistake requirement for Metalmamemon is a maximum of 15, whereas the care mistake requirement for Pixiemon is a minimum of 15, so if we have a minimum of 16 care mistakes, then we will have the care mistake requirement for Pixiemon, but we won't have the care mistake requirement for Metalmamemon, nor will we have the stat requirement for Metalmamemon, ruling out any risk of us digivolving to Metalmamemon. We will have the bonus condition for Metalmamemon because because one of the bonus conditions for Metalmamemon is the same as Pixiemon, and that's for happiness to be at a minimum of 95% full. The other is to have a minimum of 30 techniques. We won't have the techniques, but we'll have the happiness. Also, the weight requirement for MetalGreymon is 5 to 15, which means that we will have the weight requirement for MetalGreymon, because MetalGreymon's weight requirement overlaps with Piximon's weight requirement. Piximon's is 0 to 10, MetalGreymon's is 5 to 15, so we will have the weight requirement and the bonus condition for MetalGreymon, but not the stat requirement or the care mistake requirement, and that just brings attention to just how important it is that we do have a minimum of 16 care mistakes, because that way we will be able to have 3 of the requirements for Pixiemon, but not 3 of the requirements for MetalGreymon. Ninjamon's other Digivolution is Mojyamon. The stat requirement is 400 attack, 300 defense, 300 speed, and 400 brains. We are not going to fulfill the stat requirement for Mojyamon because we are not pursuing the stat requirements for any of Ninjamon's natural Digivolutions. The care mistake requirement for Mojyamon is the same as the care mistake requirement for Pixiemon, a minimum of 15, and that will mean having the care mistake requirement for Mojyamon. The weight requirement for Mojyamon is also the same as the weight requirement for Pixiemon, 0 to 10. So that means that having the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement for Pixiemon will also mean having the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement for Mojyamon. And what is concerning is that the bonus condition for Mojyamon is to either have a minimum of 25 techniques, or for your happiness to be at a minimum of 90%. And that means that there's actually 3 overlaps between Pixiemon and Mojyamon. Because in order for us to be able to fulfill the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement and the bonus condition for Pixiemon, we will also have the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement and the bonus condition for Mojyamon. And that does trouble me, because it means that we are going to be fulfilling 3 of the requirements for more than one ultimate Digimon, and there's only one ultimate Digimon who we are interested in, that being Piximon. I mean, for Piximon, the bonus condition is for happiness to be at a minimum of 95%. For Mojyamon, the condition is for it to be at 90%, a minimum of 90%. So, if our happiness is at 95% or more, then does that mean that we will Digivolve to Piximon on the basis that our happiness is closer to what's needed for Piximon rather than what's needed for Mojyamon? I have to be honest, I'm really not sure. You know, I do remember reading that when it comes to the stat requirements for certain Digimon, like if you fulfill like 3 of the requirements for more than one Digimon, then something that can determine the Digivolution is your stats, because apparently, like let's say that to Digivolve to one Digimon you need 1000 HP, and to Digivolve to another Digimon you need 1000 MP, and you have like 3 of the requirements for both of the Digimon, then apparently if your HP is superior to your MP, then you will Digivolve to the Digimon who you need 1000 HP for, whereas if your MP is superior, then it would be the other way around, because you know, like Digimon have specific, like there's like stats which are specifically relevant to Digimon. Like with Meramon, it's attack, because the only stat requirement for Meramon is to have 100 attack. For Centaurumon, the relevant stat is brains, because the only stat requirement for him is to have 100 brains. So the point I'm making is that if like Piximon and Mumemon and MetalGreymon had differences when it comes to the relevance of stats, then maybe we would be able to ensure that we would be able to Digivolve to Piximon. But the problem is that with all three Digimon, the relevant stats were all the same. For all three Digimon, HP and MP were both irrelevant, and it was all about attack, defense, speed and brains. And admittedly, the stat requirements for each Digimon was not the same, but it was still how do I say this? The stats that were relevant were the same stats. So I don't think that we can save ourselves by having one stat which is superior to another stat. I'm just hoping that my theory is right, that having our happiness at a minimum of 95% will result in us digivolving to Piximon instead of Mumemon, because the happiness side of the bonus condition would be closer to what's needed for Piximon rather than what's needed for Mumemon. Before that, here's the battle against Ninjamon. Okay, we've made it past the hurdle of defeating Ninjamon and getting him recruited. So when using the Digimon Bridge, we will no longer need to worry about encountering Ninjamon, but there will now be a random Digimon on the Digimon bridge, because when you recruit Ninjamon, that results in there being a random Digimon on the Digimon bridge who doesn't disappear until after you recruit Etamon. And I can assure you that Etamon's recruitment is nowhere near, and so there's going to be a random Digimon on the Digimon bridge for some time to come. I've taken out the protective floppy, which is a very useful item to use during the Piximon battle. Does that mean that I'm feeling optimistic about Ninjamon's Digivolution? Am I feeling optimistic that we are going to Digivolve to Piximon? Well, we are in the process of Digivolving. And thankfully, Piximon is the Digimon that we have Digivolved to. Because if we hadn't Digivolved to Piximon, then that seriously would have affected this challenge. And all of a sudden, it would it would have seemed that Digivolving from Vegemon to Ninjamon maybe wasn't such a good idea after all, and maybe we should have just gone from Vegemon to Piximon and left Ninjamon for a different lifespan. But regardless, we were successful with Digivolving to Piximon, and I am honestly relieved and delighted about that. And I'm now heading to the tropical jungle, hoping to get Piximon to show up with the intention of defeating him and adding him to the city. Yeah, seeing as we've already had Mojyamon and recruited Mojyamon, we would have gained no advantage at all from Digivolving to Mojyamon. And Digivolving to Metal Mojyamon also would have been useless, because currently Metal Mojyamon is not a recruitable Digimon, because currently he is off limits, and he will be off limits until we have access to the Factorial Town, which will require defeating Agumon for the third time, which is something that would have to be done with Greymon as our Digimon, because winning the third Agumon battle results in Greymon joining the city. And I'm just repeatedly entering and leaving the tropical jungle, hoping for Piximon to show up. Obviously there is a Piximon on screen, but it's my own Piximon. What I need to see is a separate Piximon, a Piximon different to my own. I need to be seeing more than one Piximon. Okay, looking like we're not having the best luck in the world. But if we keep entering and re-entering, then you would... Okay, well, even as I was speaking, we have now got Piximon to show up. And this is where we battle him.
This video, we're about 6.5 hours into it, and I'm now up to a mere 17 prosperity points. I won't be able to go to Digimon with Piximon as my Digimon, though, and confirm the number of prosperity points, because if I do that, then it will trigger the battle against Greymon. If you speak to Digimon when you have a minimum of 15 prosperity points, and your partner Digimon at the time is either a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon, then it triggers the battle against Greymon, and when you attempt to walk out of Digimon's house,
you will be challenged by Greymon, and obviously we can't have that happen because winning the battle against Greymon results in Greymon joining the city, and we can't recruit Greymon while we have Piximon as our Digimon. If we were to speak to Digimon and then leave Digimon's house by using an autopilot, then that would enable us to avoid Greymon, but then we wouldn't be able to re-enter Digimon's house without triggering the battle against Greymon. And once again, I didn't want to speak to him. It's Agumon that I'm after. In order for me to be able to confirm my number of prosperity points from speaking to Digimon without the issue of Greymon, I would need to speak to him while I've got a Digimon who is below champion level. So speak to him either when I've got a baby Digimon or an in-training Digimon or a rookie Digimon. That way, Digimon will tell me how many prosperity points I've got, and it won't trigger the battle against Greymon, because even though I would have enough prosperity points in order for it to trigger the battle against Greymon, you also need for your Digimon at the time to be at least a champion Digimon. So from here onwards, when it comes to checking my number of prosperity points, I'm going to have to speak to Digimon when my current Digimon is either a baby Digimon, in-training Digimon, or rookie Digimon. I won't be able to speak to Digimon with a better Digimon until I'm ready to battle Greymon, and obviously I would need to have Greymon as my Digimon at the time, because I would have to defeat Greymon. With Greymon, I would have to recruit Greymon with Greymon. So I won't be able to trigger Greymon until I have Greymon as my own Digimon. And even though I can't do any more recruitments with Piximon in this lifespan, my usefulness with Piximon doesn't end here. There are still things that I plan to do with Piximon, things that won't result in any recruitments, things that won't result in any Digimon joining the city, but I will still make progress towards recruitments, which will make life easier for me later on. And some of it is going to include getting into battles. I just thought that seeing as I have an ultimate Digimon, my current stats are probably, the best that they've been so far in this challenge, or at least among the best. And I also have the ability to inflict poison, which is very useful. So even though I can't recruit any more Digimon with Piximon, I'm not going to just roll over and let Piximon fade away here and now. I am going to be doing some other things with Piximon, where I will be defeating Digimon and making progress towards the recruitments of certain Digimon, but I'm not going to be making the recruitments while I've got Piximon as my Digimon. That is going to wait until I have the appropriate Digimon. I'm just trying to make things a bit easier for myself, try to make the future a bit easier. And Piximon is struggling to make it to the toilet, but he did make it to the toilet in the end. He was there struggling for a while, and I did have to speed the video up. And yeah, I plan to make the future easier by doing work now, stopping myself from having to do the work in the future, and then in the future, when I have the necessary Digimon, it will be much easier to recruit the Digimon because of the fact that I already would have made progress towards recruiting those Digimon. And the first thing that I need to do is try and enter the Ice Sanctuary with Piximon as my Digimon. And I was successful with that. You're meant to only be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary when you have a vaccine Digimon as your Digimon. Piximon is a data Digimon and therefore isn't a vaccine Digimon. But there is a glitch known as the Ice Sanctuary skip, which enables you to enter the Ice Sanctuary with any Digimon, as demonstrated just a few moments ago. It's a bit like the invisible bridge skip, which enables you to enter the Great Canyon, even if you haven't been informed of the invisible bridge. When I was in the city, I spoke to Meramon so that I was informed of the bandits at the Great Canyon, but instead of getting into a battle with those bandits, the Agumon and the two Agumons, I decided to avoid them by falling off the cliff, because Friesland was the place that I wanted to get to, more specifically the Ice Sanctuary. And while I was in the city, I also put numerous items into the item bank so that I would have room in my inventory to collect the items that are here in the Ice Sanctuary. I wanted to be able to loot the Ice Sanctuary, and by reducing the number of items in my inventory, I was able to do that. And now I am going to be battling these three Digimon, the two Hyogomons and the Icemon, Digimon who you have to battle in order to be able to recruit Agumon. Okay, all the Digimon are poisoned. As you can see, they're also prone to hitting each other, which works for me. But after the Agumon got struck by the opposing Agumon's Buster Dive, I realised that he was close to death, so I thought that I would wait for the poison to defeat him, and then use my finish on the other Agumon, defeating him with my finish. I've come into the bright light, which has freed Agumon from his statue, making him recruitable. And then this takes me back to where the statue should be. And if I was to not go this way, but go the other way, so that I would end up going back deeper into the Ice Sanctuary and then re-leave, going back to where the statue was, Agumon would show up and would join the city. I've done the initial requirement of defeating those 3 opposing Digimon, well, the requirement of travelling through the Ice Sanctuary, defeating those 3 opposing Digimon, and going into the bright light. The only thing that I didn't do was trigger the scene with Agumon, because that would have resulted in me recruiting Agumon with Piximon. So instead, all I have to do is return to the Ice Sanctuary when I have Agumon as my Digimon, go to where the statue should be, enter the next room of the Ice Sanctuary, and then go back to the room where the statue should be. Agumon will then appear and will then join the city. So I have set up Agumon's recruit. Now it's just a case of waiting until I have a suitable Digimon, and here I'm getting the first Greymon battle out of the way. Okay, that's Greymon defeated for the first time, which doesn't result in Greymon joining the city. In order for Greymon to join the city, you have to defeat him twice. You have to defeat him the first time, where you are able to assist your Digimon in the battle. Then you have to have a rematch against him, at a set point during the day. I think he first becomes available at about 3 PM and is available for a few hours, and he's available every day until you eventually defeat him and recruit him. And in the second Garurumon battle, you are not allowed to assist your Digimon. You're not allowed to give your Digimon any items during the battle. You're not allowed to use any finishes. You're not allowed to command your Digimon in any sort of way. And if you can win the second Garurumon battle, then that's what results in Garurumon joining the city. So the second Garurumon battle I would have to do while having Garurumon as my Digimon if I was to pursue recruiting Garurumon in this challenge, but there was no harm in having the first Garurumon battle with an alternative Digimon, because that in itself doesn't result in a recruitment, it's just progress towards the recruitment. Like with the Ice Sanctuary, I didn't recruit Agumon, I just made progress towards his recruitment. And, you know, in the future, if I can get Agumon as my Digimon, then it will be very easy to go straight to the Ice Sanctuary and recruit Agumon. You know, the hard part is already out of the way. As for Garurumon, well, I can't say the hard part is out of the way. I can say that the easy part is out of the way, but not the hard part. But I have at least still done some of the job. And now I'm heading to the Great Canyon, hoping to have the first Agumon battle, because winning the first Agumon battle does not result in any Digimon joining the city. It just creates the opportunity for you to have the second Agumon battle, and therefore there's no harm in me winning the first Agumon battle with Piximon as my Digimon, because no recruitments are going to come from it. When I first travelled through the Great Canyon, I avoided Agumon by falling off the cliff, because I wanted to go to Friesland first and see to the Ice Sanctuary and Garurumon first. But this time I am going to be challenging Agumon, and by travelling down this path I don't have an alternative, because I can no longer fall off the cliff, because falling off the cliff is something that can only be done once, so I can't rely on the cliff to enable me to avoid this battle again. I do now have to have the battle, and like I said, there's no harm in having this battle with Piximon as my Digimon. I kept my distance at the end there because it occurred to me that poison can finish Agumon off, and by winning this battle it sets up the second Agumon battle, and the second Agumon battle we are also able to have with Piximon, because defeating Agumon for the second time also doesn't result in the immediate recruitment of any Digimon. It creates the opportunity for you to recruit Xiaomon, but that is something that we can delay doing until we have Xiaomon as our Digimon. So it's okay for us to go to the Olga Fortress and defeat Agumon for the second time, and to also take steps towards Xiaomon's recruitment, making Xiaomon easier to recruit later on if we can end up having Xiaomon as our Digimon. This is not about recruiting any Digimon while we've got Piximon as our Digimon. This is about making progress towards recruitments so that we have less work to do in the future, just making things in the future easier, because the more work we do now, the less work we will have to do in the future. Hopefully I can successfully pull off the Agumon skip. Looks good to me. Those 3 Agumons are meant to be a mandatory battle, but they can be avoided as demonstrated. I learned that trick from watching speed runs for this game. It's because of speed runs how I also learned about the invisible bridge skip, the Ice Sanctuary skip, and there was something else I was about to comment on and it slipped my mind. Oh yeah, the Emitter Forest, the effective way of making it through the Emitter Forest. I learned that from watching a speed run as well. From here we are about to go to the Great Canyon Bridge, where there's the Goborymon, who's meant to be a mandatory battle. He too can be skipped, and that is another thing that I learned from watching speed runs for this game. But in this challenge I'm not going to attempt the Goborymon skip because I'm not very good at producing the Goboremon skip. It's something that I struggle with pretty badly, and in this challenge I don't really have anything much to gain from producing the Goboremon skip. It should be simple enough for me to defeat the Goboremon and then have the dialogue with Xiaomon. Okay, so here we go with the battle against Goboremon. Once again, the poison was able to finish off my opponent, and if I attempt to cross the bridge that Goboremon was standing on, then Xiaomon will call out to us. There you go. And if we backtrack and use the elevator to go back down into the Ogre Fortress, then Xiaomon will be rescued, and if we were to then, from the Ogre Fortress, go back to the Ogre Fortress entrance, back to the Great Canyon, initially it would be the lower part of the Great Canyon, have the other elevator take us up to the main part of the Great Canyon, and then from there go to Friesland, and then from Friesland to the Great Canyon Bridge. Xiaomon will be there, he will be safe, and if you speak to him, he will join the city. So he is now available for recruitment because we used the elevator taking us back down into the Ogre Fortress, but we can't recruit him in this lifespan. It is something that would have to be done if we can have Xiaomon as our Digimon. But I've been able to set up the Xiaomon recruitment. I've done all of the hard stuff, and before leaving the Ogre Fortress I thought it would make sense to loot it like I did. I then returned to the city with an autopilot because I had nothing further to do in the Ogre Fortress, and the reason why I put a load of other items back into the item bank after returning from the Ice Sanctuary and Garurumon was because I knew that I would collect a fair few items from the Ogre Fortress, and I wanted to have the inventory space in order to be able to do that. I have won 2 of the Agumon battles, and that is as far as I can go with the Agumon battles for the time being. Winning the 3rd Agumon battle results in Greymon joining the city. and therefore the third Agumon battle would have to be won while you've got Greymon as your Digimon. That sets up the fourth Agumon battle, and winning the fourth Agumon battle results in Agumon joining the city, and therefore the fourth Agumon battle is something that would have to be done if you've got Agumon as your Digimon. I do believe that Piximon's usefulness is now over, and because of that I am now waiting for Pixiemon to fade away, and I'm going to go about this by passing the time by repeatedly training. And if I do nothing but train, then this will result in the sweat bubble showing up, which will reduce happiness and discipline, which should shorten my Digimon's lifespan. Not to mention that I'm going to be getting care mistakes from not feeding my Digimon. So the main point that I'm making is that hopefully it won't be too long until Pixiemon fades away, and then I can move on to the next lifespan. Here onwards, I have no intention of getting myself defeated. Sorry, from now on, I no longer have any intention on getting my Digimon killed by running out of lives, like I previously did in the other lifespans. The reason for that is because there's no longer any urgency, there's no longer any deadlines. I no longer need to make it into a certain lifespan before a certain amount of time has gone by. I no longer need to, have a certain Digimon as my Digimon before a certain amount of time has gone by. I no longer need to, recruit a Digimon by a certain point. There's no more urgency, so I'm just going to let my Digimon fade away naturally. That way, when I do fade away, I will have the choice of which Digi-Egg to have, and that's going to be very helpful because there are specific Digi-Eggs that I want, because there are specific rookie Digimon that I want, as well as specific champion Digimon that I want. And I do want to have these Digimon in a certain order. So, I would like to be able to choose the egg, which is a choice that I will have if my Digimon fades away naturally. Not to mention that if you die by running out of lives, then you lose techniques, and that is not something that I want to happen, because even though I currently only have a handful of techniques, there are better techniques that I'm hoping to learn in future lifespans with different Digimon, and I'm hoping to hold on to those techniques because I anticipate that they are going to come in handy throughout this challenge, and I wouldn't want to lose those techniques as a result of me running out of lives and then losing techniques that I don't want to be losing. I have been speeding the video up because it's not very exciting. It's just more of the same each day. Me training, me sleeping, me taking my Digimon to the toilet, me being given sirloins by Vegemon. So I thought that I would speed the video up to make it less boring for you viewers, make it less tedious for you viewers, and this is what we are going to be doing until Piximon fades away, which happens to be now. I am aiming to Digivolve to a new rookie Digimon in this lifespan, a rookie Digimon that I've not had before, and the fact that I've chosen the green egg probably gives away the fact that Agumon is the Digimon that I'm going to be aiming for, because naturally you can get Agumon and Agumon from the green egg, and I've already had Agumon as my Digimon. You can also get Kunemon from the green egg, as well as any other egg, but I've already had Kunemon as my Digimon. So out of the Digimon, out of the rookie Digimon that you can get from the green egg, Agumon is the only one that I can get that I don't currently have. And in this lifespan, I'm going to be trying things a bit differently. I'm going to be using super carrots and hawk radishes to try and increase the stat gains that I'm going to be getting from training. Super carrots boosts the stat gains that you get from training attack, brains and MP, whereas hawk radishes boost the effects that you get from training HP, speed and defense. And I'm also planning on taking advantage of the restaurant, and the reason for that is because if you give your Digimon a super carrot or a hawk radish, and then you feed your Digimon a different food item, you end up losing the effects of the super carrot or the hawk radish. You know, the effects run out when you eat something else. However, the restaurant is different. If you give your Digimon a super carrot or a hawk radish and then you eat at the restaurant, you keep the effects of the super carrot or the hawk radish, and you still have the benefits of avoiding the care mistake of not feeding your Digimon. You still have the benefits of your happiness and discipline going up, Not to mention that eating at the restaurant also causes your tiredness to go down. And one other thing, eating at the restaurant causes your stats to go up. Currently, Meramon is the only Digimon working at the restaurant, and his most expensive food boosts attack by 5 and brains by 3. The stat boosts that you get from the other restaurant Digimon are different. You know, when you eat the restaurant food from the other restaurant Digimon, the stat gains that you get are different. With Tyrannomon, I think the most expensive food boosts defense by 5 and speed by 3, and even though it's not specified, I think it also boosts HP by 50. With Frigimon, I think his most expensive food boosts MP by 50 and brains by 2. Garullamon, I'm struggling to recall. I think one of his foods boosts HP by 50. The most expensive food this is. I think that one of the stats that's affected from his most... I think one of the stats that's affected is HP, and I think that his most expensive food boosts HP by 50, but I'm not sure about the other stat or stats, because I'm not sure if it's one other stat that gets affected or 2 other stats that get affected. Those are the 4 main restaurant Digimon who have fixed shifts at the restaurant. They show up at fixed times. There is also Vadermon and Digitamamon who work at the restaurant, but they don't show up at fixed times. They show up randomly. I think Vadermon's most expensive food boosts all of your stats, HP and MP by 30, and attack, defense, speed and brains by 3. And then as for Digitamamon, with him it's a bit more random. I think his most expensive food can boost MP by 30 and defense by 3 and brains by 3, or it can boost HP by 30, attack by 3 and speed by 3, or it can boost all of your stats and by double the amount, and in which case the most expensive food would boost HP and MP by 60 and attack, defense, speed and brains by 6. But obviously we are a very long way away from having Vadermon or Digitamamon join the city. The other restaurant Digimon, they might not be so far away from joining the city, but at the moment it's just Meramon who's working at the city. And even though it's slower to do things this way, even though it's slower to go to the restaurant every time your Digimon wants to eat, you will end up with better stats, particularly if you also use super carrots and horseradishes to your advantage. And we're about to switch from training brains to training HP, so a horseradish is now needed, which I've used. Yeah, as I was saying, it is slower to do things this way, but it does result in you having better stats. And in this lifespan, I do, like I said, I plan to Digivolve to Agumon, which will require me to defeat and recruit the Agumon at the Misty Trees, and I do then plan to Digivolve from Agumon to a champion Digimon, where there are battles that I do plan to get into, battles that are going to be progress towards recruiting Digimon. And I also plan to try and learn techniques from getting into battles as well. So there is some level of work to be done, and the better that my stats are going to be, the easier the battles are going to be. Not to mention that, in order to fulfill the stat requirements for the Digimon that I'm aiming for, I am going to need certain stats to be at certain amounts in order to help me with the Digivolutions that I am aiming for. If I get up the Digivolution guide, apparently for Kunemon to Digivolve to Agumon, you need your superior stat to either be defense or speed or brains, and at the moment my superior stat is brains, and in which case, if I've understood the information correctly, then I'm currently due to Digivolve to Agumon, who is the Digimon that I am aiming for. I started off by training my brains, putting it ahead of the other stats, making it superior to the other stats. The super carrot helped my brains go up by even more when training. My brains is also going up every time I eat at the restaurant. And although, I do want to train other stats as well, and I made a start with HP, as long as my brains is the superior stat at the time of Kunemon's Digivolution, then I believe that Agumon will be the Digimon that I will Digivolve to. I think HP is an important stat, and that is the stat that I am now working on. But my HP is now very close to my brains. In fact, if I was to train HP just once more, then my HP would overtake my brains, and I think that that would result in me digivolving into Agumon instead of Gabumon, which won't be as good because I can't recruit. There's no rookie Digimon that I can recruit while I have Agumon as my Digimon, because I've already recruited that Digimon, the Digimon being Agumon. But with Gabumon, there is a rookie Digimon that I can recruit, and obviously that Digimon is Gabumon. Yeah, so far I've had Agumon as a rookie Digimon, I've had Kunemon as a rookie Digimon, I've had Palmon as a rookie Digimon, and I've recruited all 3 of those rookie Digimon. I'm aiming for Gabumon to... Okay, we're Digivolving. I'm aiming for Gabumon to be my next rookie Digimon, my 4th rookie Digimon, and for Gabumon to also be the 4th rookie Digimon that I'm going to recruit. And the first sign is a good one, because I have Digivolved to Gabumon, which means that I can now recruit the Gabumon at the Misty Trees. I might not want to do it straight away, because I might want to train my stats more first, so that I will have better stats when challenging the Agumon, making him easier to win against. And not only that, but I do also have Gabumon's Digivolution in mind, because there is a champion Digimon that I would like to Digivolve to. You know, I am aiming to Digivolve from Gabumon. Oh, looks like Gabumon needs 2 portions of Meramon's food. Which means that instead of my attack going up by 5 and my brains going up by 3, my attack went up by 10 and my brains went up by 6. As I was saying, I do also have a Digivolution in mind. There is a champion Digimon that I would like to Digivolve to. I would like to Digivolve from Gabumon to the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for. So as well as focusing on Gabumon's recruitment in the Misty Trees, I am also thinking about my own Gabumon and his Digivolution, and I'm going to continue to benefit from super carrots and hawk radishes, as well as continuing to benefit from the restaurant. There are 6 Digimon that Gabumon can Digivolve to. Those 6 Digimon are Centarumon, Monochromon, Mojyamon, Tyrannomon, Agumon, and Garulamon. And if we begin with Monochromon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP, 100 defense, and 100 brains. We've got the HP and the brains, but not the defense, and therefore we don't have the stat requirement for Monochromon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3, and I believe that for as long as we've had Gabumon as our Digimon so far, I haven't had a single care mistake, and in which case I am fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Monochromon. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. I'm currently not fulfilling that. And there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. The other is to have a maximum of 5 battles. We are not fulfilling the technique element, but we are fulfilling the battle element. And therefore we do have the bonus condition for Monochromon, meaning that we currently have 2 of the requirements for Monochromon. Mojyamon, the stat requirement is 100 attack. I think we are fulfilling that because I have trained my attack a bit, and my attack has gone up every time I've eaten at the restaurant. So I think I probably am fulfilling the stat requirement for Mojyamon. And even if I'm not currently fulfilling the stat requirement for Mojyamon, then I think that I will end up fulfilling the stat requirement by the time that we've had Gabumon for long enough in order for him to Digivolve. Meramon's foods are putting our attack up by 5, as well as putting our brains up by 3. And I know that I have trained my attack as well. And I did just want to top up on super carrots and hawk radishes, and that's what I did while speaking to Vegemon. The care mistake requirement for Mojyamon is a minimum of 3. I'm not currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. I'm not currently fulfilling that. And then there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. The other is for your happiness to be at a minimum of 50%. I'm not fulfilling the technique element, but I am fulfilling the happiness element, which means that we've got the bonus condition in the bag, and I think we've got the stat requirement in the bag as well, which means currently we are fulfilling 2 of the requirements for Mojyamon. Another thing to remember is that I have been training my HP, and that also causes your attack to go up, which gives me more reason to believe that we do have the necessary amount of attack in order for us to have the stat requirement for Mojyamon. I have taken a small break from the training, and I'm now heading to the Misty Trees because I would like to challenge the Gabumon who is there and attempt to recruit him. Oh yeah, one thing that makes my training with Gabumon different to my training with the baby Digimon and the in-training Digimon is that with the baby Digimon and the in-training Digimon, I didn't have to worry about tiredness, I didn't have to worry about the sweat bubble, because even by training, we didn't see the sweat bubble because they needed to sleep frequently enough in order for our tiredness to stay down. But with Gabumon it's going to be different. I am going to need to be resting at Gigimon's house on a day-to-day basis in order to prevent the sweat bubble from showing up. And the same will be true with the champion Digimon that I Digivolve to. As long as you let your Digimon sleep when it wants to sleep, then you don't need to worry about the sweat bubble with baby Digimon or in training Digimon. It's just rookie Digimon, champion Digimon and ultimate Digimon where you do need to rest in order to prevent the sweat bubble from showing up. Gabumon did want to eat there, and we didn't have the restaurant available to us, so I fed him a sirloin, which will reverse the effects of super carrots and hawk radishes, which means that before I go back to training, I will need to give him either a super carrot or a hawk radish, depending on what stat it is that I'm going to be training. But here we go for the Gabumon battle, and as well as having very modest stats, I regret to say that we also only have a very modest technique, Sonic Jab. His HP has fallen to 0, which has put us up to 18 prosperity points. Our attack is over 100. It was 130 just before we gained the stat gain from that battle. And we also learned Megaton Punch from the battle. And ironically, despite the fact that medium recoveries are more valuable than small recoveries, I'm trying to reserve the small recoveries and use medium recoveries instead, because at the moment I have no way of buying small recoveries. The small recoveries in my inventory came from the Madoki Betamons that I defeated. There you are, 18 prosperity points, and since we have a rookie Digimon, we were able to have Digimon clarify our number of prosperity points without the risk of Greymon showing up. And yes, the small recoveries that are in our inventory were dropped by the Madoki Betamons that we defeated when we had Vegiemon as our Digimon, when we were grinding for Ninjamon, but currently we don't actually have any way of buying small recoveries. We can buy medium recoveries, or at least when the Gear Savannah item shop is available, we will be able to. But small recoveries we're not currently able to buy, so I'm kind of viewing them as like more of an endangered resource, and so I'm trying to sort of prioritize the use of medium recoveries instead of small recoveries. And we are now up to 1 care mistake, because not long ago Agumon messed on the floor just before I left the green gym in pursuit of the restaurant, and I was going over the Digivolution requirements. Tyrannomon, it is a 1000 HP. The stat requirement for Tyrannomon is 1000 HP and 100 defense. We have the HP but not the defense, which means that we don't have the stat requirement for Tyrannomon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. We do currently have the care mistake requirement. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, and I'm not actually sure what our current weight is. From eating at the restaurant, it would have gone up by quite a bit, and we've given Agumon hawk radishes as well, which would have boosted his weight, plus a sirloin. So I'm not actually sure about what our current weight is. We might have the weight requirement for Tyrannomon, we might not. The bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. One of them is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. The other is to have a maximum of 5 battles. We don't have the technique. Okay, our weight is currently 36. so we're not within the weight requirement for Tyrannomon, and that's because our weight is too high in order for it to be within the range for Tyrannomon. By messing on the floor for the second time and having our second care mistake, that would have put our weight back down to being within the range of 25 to 35, but we're about to eat at the restaurant, which is about to put our weight back up so that it's above the range of 25 to 35, so we don't have the weight requirement for Tyrannomon, not currently anyway. And as I was saying, when it comes to the bonus condition, we don't have the techniques element of the bonus condition, but we do have the battles element of the bonus condition, because we've only had one battle, which is within the range of 0 to 5. So we have the care mistake requirement for Tyrannomon and the bonus condition, which is just 2 of the requirements. Agumon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 attack. We do have that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. We don't have that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We don't have that. The bonus condition either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 15 battles. We don't have the bonus condition for Agumon, so that's just one of the requirements for Agumon that we are meeting. Greymon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 speed. We don't have that. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 1. We don't have that. We've had 2 care mistakes, or at least 2 that I can think of. The weight requirement, 25 to 35. We don't have that. Bonus condition, either a minimum of 28 techniques or have your discipline at a minimum of 90%. We don't have that either, so we don't have any of the requirements for Greymon. And with our weight being where it is, I would just like to go back to Mojyamon, because the weight requirement for Mojyamon is 35 to 45, which we are currently fulfilling. Because our weight is 44, so it's just within the range for Mojyamon. We also have the bonus condition due to our discipline being at a minimum of 50%, and we have the stat requirement due to our attack being over 100. We don't have the care mistake requirement, which is a minimum of 3, but we do have 3 of the requirements for Mojyamon, and that is a problem because the Digimon that I am aiming for is Centaurumon. And for Centaurumon, the stat requirement is 100 brains, which I've got. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3, which I've got. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, which I haven't got. And then the bonus condition, either have a minimum of 28 techniques or have your discipline at a minimum of 60%. I think our discipline is currently too low, but we can get it up so that we will have the bonus condition for Centauromon, along with the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement. We've already got the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement. That's 2 of the requirements. And then to get 3 of the requirements, we would either need the weight requirement or the bonus condition. I think it would be easier to get the bonus condition, get our discipline up to a minimum of 60%. And as for the weight, I think it might be best if we get our weight so that it's over 45, so that way we are not fulfilling the weight requirement for any of the Digimon. And then when you consider that and all of the other requirements that I went over, if our weight is above 45, then I think that would mean that we wouldn't have any more than 2 of the requirements for any of the Digimon other than Centauromon. I would just like to go back to MetalGreymon as well, because his weight is also 35 to 45, and we have the care mistake requirement for him along with the bonus condition, but we don't have the stat requirement. And if our weight is above 45, then we won't have the weight requirement either, and that will just be 2 of the requirements. By keeping defense under 100, we will be avoiding the care mistake. We will be avoiding the stat requirement for Tyrannomon and MetalGreymon by having our weight over 45. We will avoid the weight requirement for all of the Digimon. And looks like Agumon wants to eat more than once. And yeah, as I was saying, I'm confident that we can get 3 of the requirements for Centauromon while avoiding 3 of the requirements for every other Digimon. Because with Centauromon, the only thing I'm possibly worried about is the discipline, but we can see to that easily enough. We already have the stats and the care mistakes, get the discipline as well, and we'll have 3 of the requirements for Centauromon. We won't have the weight requirement for Centauromon, but that is irrelevant because we will still have 3 of the requirements. MetalGreymon, we've just got the care mistakes and the bonus condition, and things will remain that way as long as our defense stays under 100 and our weight doesn't end up within the range of 35 to 45. Mojyamon, we currently just have the stat requirement and the bonus condition, and things will remain that way as long as our care mistakes stays under 3. We currently have 2 care mistakes, so we can't have any more care mistakes. As long as we don't have any more care mistakes and our weight stays outside of the range of 35 to 45, then we won't have to worry about Mojyamon. Tyrannomon, we have the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition, and that's it. As long as our defense stays under 100 and our weight stays outside of the range of 25 to 35, there'll be no risk of us digivolving to Tyrannomon. Agumon, we have the stat requirement but not the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement or the bonus condition. As long as we keep our care mistakes under 5 and keep our weight outside the range of 25 to 35, then we won't have to worry about Agumon. Because obviously if we were to fulfill the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement along with the stat requirement, then that would be 3 of the requirements, and the bonus condition for Agumon is the hardest requirement to fulfill, so it'd be easier to fulfill the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement along with the stat requirement, which we've already got. But as long as we stay under 5 care mistakes and don't have our weight between the range of 25 to 35, then we won't need to worry about Agumon. As for Greymon, we don't have the stat requirement or the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement or the bonus condition. Care mistake requirement is impossible for us to have because we've already gone above the number of care mistakes that we can have. With Greymon it's a maximum of 1, but we've had 2. So in order for us to be able to digivolve to Greymon, we would need 1000 MP, 100 speed, we would need our weight to be within the range of 25 to 35, and we would need to get our discipline up to a minimum of 90%, so we really don't need to worry about Greymon one bit. With Centarumon, I think we do now have the bonus condition, because I think our discipline is now high enough. We also have the care mistake requirement and the stat requirement. The stat requirement is there to stay. The bonus condition, we just need to keep our discipline up, and the care mistake requirement, we just need to avoid having any more care mistakes. Do that, Centarumon will be our Digimon, weight will be irrelevant. We have failed to fulfill the weight requirement for every Digimon, but fortunately for Centarumon we've been able to fulfill his 3 other requirements. As for the other champion Digimon, we've not been able to, we intentionally haven't fulfilled 3 of the other requirements, which means that we have no more than 2 of the requirements for any of the other champion Digimon. So it's all looking very positive at the moment. The restaurant hasn't just helped with getting our stats. Well, the restaurant hasn't just, you know, helped us with having better stats than what we would have had if it hadn't been for the restaurant. The restaurant has also helped with getting our weight up, which combined with other things has eliminated the risk of us digivolving to any Digimon other than Centarumon, providing that things stay as they are. And Centarumon is the Digimon who I am aiming for, I am pleased to say. Our discipline is continuing to go up, and it's possible that we might now have the bonus condition for Garulamon, but we don't have any of the 3 other requirements for Garulamon, and in which case we have just one of the requirements for Garulamon, so we don't need to worry about our discipline getting too high, because we are 2 requirements adrift of being able to digivolve to Garulamon. Oh, we are digivolving now. I was hoping to go to the restaurant, but we came to a sudden halt as a result of Agumon digivolving. Centarumon is our Digimon, which means that we can go to the Amida Forest and recruit Centarumon, which will result in the clinic being opened in the city, something that will be very much welcome, because it will give us the ability to rest more effectively and monitor our tiredness more easily. We will also be able to get sickness and injury treated, as well as being able to buy medicines and bandages, and not to mention that you have to recruit Centarumon and speak to him at the clinic in order for Kunemon to spawn at Mount Panorama, making Kunemon recruitable. But in this challenge we would also need to have Kunemon as our Digimon in order to be able to recruit Kunemon. And even though recruiting Centarumon should be easy enough, it won't involve any battles. You know, we just have to go to the Amida Forest, make it to the end of the Amida Forest, and then we've got Centarumon recruited. I am still continuing to train, not because I'm trying to digivolve to an ultimate Digimon, because I'm not. My plan is for my Digimon to fade away as Centarumon. You know, I don't want Centarumon to digivolve. I don't want my Digimon in this lifespan to digivolve any further. The reason why I'm training is because, as well as recruiting Centarumon, there is some other stuff that I would like to do, some battles that I would like to get into, which will be progress towards other recruitments, I won't make the recruitments with Centaurumon. I will just make progress towards the recruitments so that I will then be able to see to the recruitment in a different lifespan with a different Digimon, and the recruitment will be a lot easier because I would have already have gotten the harder stuff out of the way with Centaurumon. And not only that, but there are also some techniques that I'm hoping to learn with Centaurumon, and I'm hoping to learn those techniques from battles. And having better stats will mean that it will be easier for us to win the battles, which will be progress towards recruitments, and it will be easier for us to win the battles that I hope to learn techniques from. Just so we're clear, there are two Digimon that Centaurumon can Digivolve to, Andromon and Greymon. The stat requirement, and the reason why I'm going to go over this is because I want to avoid Digivolving to these Digimon. So I'm looking at the stat requirements because I want to know what to avoid. The stat requirement for Andromon is 2000 HP, 4000 MP, 200 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed and 400 brains. Currently we are not fulfilling the stat requirements for Andromon, and as long as we keep just one of those stats under the limit, then we won't have the stat requirement for Andromon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5, which we are currently fulfilling. The weight requirement is 35 to 45, which we are currently fulfilling because our weight is 38, but with all the food that we are going to be eating at the restaurant, I am confident that within a very short amount of time our weight will no longer be within the range of 35 to 45, because our weight will be too high. It will be above the limit, it will be above 45. And if we can avoid the stat requirement and the weight requirement, then that would be enough to rule out Andromon, despite the fact that we are currently fulfilling the care mistake requirement. As for the bonus condition, there's 3 elements to it. One of them is to have a minimum of 30 techniques, which we are not fulfilling. One of them is to have a minimum of 30 battles, which we are not fulfilling. The other is for your discipline to be at a maximum of 95%, which we currently are fulfilling. So at the moment we are currently fulfilling the care mistake requirement, the weight requirement and the bonus condition, but it shouldn't be too difficult to lose one of those conditions, either by having some care mistakes or continuing to eat at the restaurant so that our weight is above 45, or force feeding our Digimon a bit, or praising our Digimon to put our discipline down so that it is under 95%. I am now heading to the Amida Forest to recruit Centaurumon. and I can't say I'm interested in the items that are here in the Amida Forest, but I will use my usual route so that I can make it this far without getting shot. The correct exit is the one in the middle, which will require me to get shot. But now I can make it to the exit in the middle. Now Centaurimon has arrived, and he has now joined the city as well. And I've entered the Dino region, and I have decided to battle Tyrannomon. Defeating Tyrannomon does not recruit Tyrannomon. It's just the first step towards Tyrannomon's recruitment. Defeating Tyrannomon enables you battling and defeating Tyrannomon enables you to battle Meteormon, and defeating Meteormon then results in you being able to recruit Tyrannomon if you then return to Tyrannomon and speak to him after defeating Meteormon. And I've chosen to return to the city because even though I do plan to go further with the Dino region in this lifespan with Centaurimon, there is some other stuff that I would like to do. I rested because I wanted to see where my tiredness was at, and I'm pleased to say that it's not bad at all. And the Digivolution requirements for Greymon, the stat requirement is 400 attack, 300 speed, and 400 brains. Conveniently, 400 brains was also the stat requirement for Andromon. So by keeping brains under 400, I won't have the stat requirement for Greymon or Andromon. The care mistake requirement for Greymon is a minimum of 15. I can easily keep my care mistakes under 15. And then that combined with keeping my brains under 400 would be enough in order to not digivolve to Greymon. The weight requirement is 0 to 10, which I'm currently well over. And then the bonus condition, there's 3 elements. Either have a minimum of 35 techniques, which we are not fulfilling, or have a minimum of 100 battles, which we are not fulfilling, or have your happiness at a minimum of 95%, which I think we are currently fulfilling. So that's the bonus condition for Greymon, but nothing else, because we don't currently have the stats or the care mistakes or the weight. And I suppose an easy way to rule out both Andromon and Greymon would be to keep brains under 400 and to have care mistakes over 5 but under 15, and that way we won't have the stat requirement or the care mistake requirement for Andromon or Greymon, and that would rule out any risk of digivolving to either Digimon regardless of weight, or regardless of our weight or our bonus condition. The reason why I've come here and battled Greymon is because I am hoping to learn Magma Bomb. We didn't learn Magma Bomb that time, but I'm going to keep battling Greymon, and I'm going to keep trying to learn Magma Bomb. That's why I'm battling this Greymon. It's solely about trying to learn Magma Bomb. Now I need to wait for Magma Bomb to get used. Can't defeat Greymon without the relevant technique being used. There it is. So we defeat Greymon for a second time, but again we are unsuccessful with learning Magma Bomb. Apparently, Centaurimon has a 22% chance of learning Magma Bomb, which is roughly 1 in 5. Well, it's somewhere between 1 in 4 and 1 in 5, so statistically it should take 4 or 5 battles in order to learn Magma Bomb. This is battle number 3. Again, I have to hold off until Magma Bomb gets used. There it is. Is it third time lucky? No. Yeah, when it comes to me getting into battles and trying to learn a technique from the battle, you know, I will, as long as I've got the distance or defensive command, I will always, you know, ensure that the attack that I'm after gets used before I defeat the Digimon. Because I need the technique to get used in order to be able to learn it. And I just learned Magma Bomb, which is what I came here for. And interestingly, I don't actually plan on using Magma Bomb, which might seem a bit strange, considering I went to the effort of learning Magma Bomb. The reason why I learned Magma Bomb was to help with learning Meltdown. I plan to return to the Dino region, and I plan to defeat the Meteormon, and I, as well as defeating him, I plan to learn Meltdown from him. He uses Megaton Punch, which Centaurimon can't learn. He uses Tremor, which Centaurimon can't learn, and he also uses Meltdown and Magma Bomb, and both of which are techniques that Centaurimon is capable of learning and using. And if I was to have the battle against Meteormon without knowing Magma Bomb or Meltdown, then I could learn Meltdown, but I could learn Magma Bomb instead, which means that Magma Bomb could interfere with my attempts to learn Meltdown. But by learning Magma Bomb already, I'm now in a position where Meltdown is the only technique that I can learn from Meteormon, and there's no possible technique that can interfere. And apparently I have a 14% chance of learning Meltdown. But before that, I've chosen to challenge a Vermillimon because I'm hoping to learn Prominence Beam from him. although there is a risk of heat laser interfering. Well, I can finish him off with my finish, so I might as well just keep my distance, hope that he uses Prominence Beam, and then defeat him with my finish. It's not necessary to use any more attacks. And I'm hoping that he hasn't run out of MP, because if he has, then we won't be able to learn Prominence Beam from this battle, because Prominence Beam hasn't been used during this battle, and that is kind of annoying if he's run out of MP before being able to use the technique that I was after. The best that we can hope for is learn Heat Laser, and thus get Heat Laser out of the way. Okay, we did learn Heat Laser. And that means that from now on, Prominence Beam is the only technique that we can learn from the Vermillimons. There's no technique that can interfere. They use Megaton Punch, which Centauramon can't learn. They use Heat Laser, which Centauramon has just learned, and apparently he had a 28% chance of learning it. And that just leaves Prominence Beam, which we apparently have a 17% chance of learning. There it is. Prominence beam got used, but we didn't learn it, so we'll have to try again. Yeah, I learned Magma Bomb to stop Magma Bomb from interfering with my future efforts to learn Meltdown, something I haven't tried to do yet. And then from trying to learn Prominence Beam, I learned Heat Laser, which means that Heat Laser can no longer interfere with my efforts to learn Prominence Beam. My current efforts, which are ongoing. Prominence Beam learned. And now from here we head to Mojyamon with the intent of defeating him and learning Meltdown. Just, I had no interest in Magma Bomb or Heat Laser, but by learning those techniques it helped with learning Prominence Beam and will help with learning Meltdown, and in my opinion those are the two best fire techniques, and I anticipate that they are both going to come in handy throughout this challenge. I'm not going to just go straight to Mojyamon and battle him, because you only battle him once, which means that if you don't learn Meltdown from him during the battle that you have against him, then you are without Meltdown. So instead, I would like to save before battling Mojyamon, and I'm going to achieve this by sleeping. I'm going to go next to Mojyamon, but I'm going to sleep before battling him so that I can save, and that way, if I'm not successful with learning Meltdown after defeating him, then I can reload and try again. But every time I reload, I can't just repeat the... Okay, Centauromon does now want to sleep. I can't just repeat the same actions over and over again, because if everything is identical each time, then the outcome will remain the same. Something will have to change in order for there to be the chance of a different outcome. So, you know, I might command my Digimon a bit differently. I might command my Digimon in a way that might seem a bit strange. Anything to try and change the variables to try and result in me being successful with learning Meltdown. I didn't go about the battle in the smartest way possible, but I did learn Meltdown, and there is a bit of text I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. There it is. I had to go through that bit of text slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing, but I edited the video and speeded it up so that it was very brief for you viewers. And do we have an unobtainable HP chip on our hands? Oh no, we did manage to get it. Well, the most important thing was learning Meltdown. You know, that was more important than the HP chip. And like I was saying, you know, if you keep reloading and you keep doing everything exactly the same, you don't change anything, then the outcomes will be the same. So if I was to keep battling Mojyamon in the exact same way, and it was to result in me not learning Meltdown, then, you know, the outcome wouldn't change. I would keep failing to learn Meltdown. I would have to do something differently in order to create the opportunity to learn Meltdown. Which could mean doing something before the battle, like praising my Digimon, you know, in order to, so that when I go into the battle itself will be different, or go into the battle and like do the battle differently, like command my Digimon differently, use different techniques, just do something differently, you know, just change something so that you know, it will create the opportunity for there to be a different outcome create the opportunity for me to learn Meltdown. I used the same approach when I had Mojyamon as my Digimon, and I deliberately lost my last life against Ninjamon, and I had to do... every time I reset, I had to do the battle a bit differently, because the egg that I was getting wasn't the egg that I needed, so I had to keep doing things differently to try and produce a different outcome, which did eventually work. And the same was true with Meteormon, when, you know, I kept failing to learn Meltdown, so I kept doing the fight a bit differently, and eventually I did learn Meltdown. It's a new year, and it's the first 15 days of the year, which means that the Gear Savannah item shop is available, and that is where I'm heading, because I would like to sell some of the unwanted items that are in my inventory. And you saw that Kunemon was there, but I can't recruit him yet. Yeah, I went to the item bank and removed some of the unwanted items from my item bank. I put everything from my inventory into the item bank apart from my autopilots, so that I had 9 spaces for unwanted items, and I took out unwanted items from the item bank, which filled up my inventory, and now I can go to the item shop in Gear Savannah and sell those items. Yeah, I'm taking advantage of the Gear Savannah item shop because I don't have an item shop in the city. And regarding Tyrannomon and Meteormon, now that I've defeated Tyrannomon and Meteormon, if I go back to Tyrannomon and speak to him, he will then join the city. So by defeating Tyrannomon and Meteormon, I have made progress towards Tyrannomon's recruitment, but I couldn't recruit Tyrannomon after defeating Meteormon, because my Digimon is Centaurumon and not Tyrannomon. So I chose to get the battles out of the way, and in order to recruit Centaurumon, all that would be required is for me to go to the Dino region with Tyrannomon as my Digimon, speak to Tyrannomon, and he will then join the city. Okay, I tried to remember how many medium recoveries and medium MPs I had in my inventory, which I then put into the item bank. And if I remember rightly, by purchasing 19 medium recoveries and 8 medium MPs, when I combine that with the medium recoveries and medium MPs that are in my item bank, that should put me up to 99 medium recoveries and 99 medium MPs. It looks good to me, because 80 add 19 made 99, and 91 add 8 made 99. There's possibly a few other things in the item bank which are not hugely important to me, and if I wanted to, then I could go back to Gear Savannah, but there's certainly no rush. It's not like I've got tons of items in the item bank that I don't want. Yeah, if I'm going to be going to the item shop in Gear Savannah to sell items, then I think it would be most wise to do it when I've got quite a lot of unwanted items in my inventory, instead of like one unwanted item or like 2 or 3 unwanted items. And for some time I haven't fed Centarumon, and that's because I ended up getting my stats up to where I wanted to get them up to, and I didn't feel the need to spend money at the restaurant to increase my stats any further. So I chose not to go to the restaurant, and I chose not to feed Centarumon at all, and that is how I plan for things to continue to be for the rest of Centarumon's lifespan, because Centarumon's usefulness is now over as far as I'm concerned, and now I am just waiting for Centarumon to fade away. So I'm going to be just training, waiting for Centarumon to fade away. And remember, I want to avoid Digivolving from Centarumon to one of his ultimate Digimon. And I mentioned that by keeping my brains under 400, I will avoid the stat requirement for both Andromon and Guromon, and my brains are under 400. And as for the bonus condition for Andromon, as for the bonus condition for Andromon is either a minimum of 30 techniques, which I won't fulfill, a minimum of 30 battles, which I won't fulfill, or have discipline at a minimum of 95%. As for Guromon, the bonus condition is either a minimum of 35 techniques, which I won't fulfill, a minimum of 100 battles, which I won't fulfill, and to have happiness at a minimum of 95%. And seeing as I am going to be a terrible tamer, and I'm going to be training and working Centarumon very hard, training until the sweat bubble is going to be showing up, my happiness and discipline are both going to go down by an enormous amount, and that is going to rule out the bonus condition for both Andromon and Guromon. I've already explained that by keeping my brains under 400, I will avoid the stat requirement for both Digimon. My happiness and discipline are already in the negative. That's the bonus condition out of the question. I might end up fulfilling the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement for Guromon, because where I'm not feeding Centarumon, care mistakes are going to go up and weight is going to go down. The care mistake requirement for Greymon is a minimum of 15. The weight requirement for Greymon is 0 to 10. So I may end up with the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement for Greymon, but not the stat requirement or the bonus condition. As for Andromon, we're not going to have any of the requirements, because the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5, which we have gone well over. The care mistake, the weight requirement is 35 to 45, which we will now be well under. We no longer have the discipline for the bonus condition, and the fact that brains alone is too low means that we don't have the stat requirement either. So there's no risk of Centaurimon digivolving. It's just a case of passing the time until he fades away so that we can move on to the next lifespan. Okay, looks like we're fading away. And we are going to be seeing a new rookie again, which means that we are not going to be picking the green egg, because I've already had every rookie that can come from the green egg, including Kunemon, so we're going to be seeing a different egg. The yellow egg is the egg that I've picked this time, and the two rookies that can come from the yellow egg are Patamon and Biomon, and conveniently both of those Digimon work at the item shop in the city, which means that by digivolving to either of those two Digimon, you know, regardless of whether we digivolve to Patamon and recruit Patamon, or digivolve to Biomon and recruit Biomon, either way we are going to be recruiting a Digimon who is going to open the item shop here in the city, and that will mean that we will no longer have to rely on the item shop at the Gear Savannah. Yeah, we will finally have the the item shop in the city, which will be very much welcome. And in this lifespan, although I do plan to digivolve to a rookie Digimon and then digivolve to a champion Digimon, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Even though, you know, I'm going to be digivolving to a rookie Digimon and then a champion Digimon. When it comes to the recruitments that I plan to make in this lifespan, not a tremendous amount of work needs to be done, and because of that, I'm not going to need tremendous stats, nor am I going to need tremendous lifespan, and because of that, at the moment I'm being a bad tamer, because I didn't feed Poyomon, and I'm not feeding Tokumon either. I'm taking them to the toilet, and I will let Tokumon sleep, but I'm going to have a high number of care mistakes with Tokumon as my Digimon, which should affect happiness and discipline and lifespan, but it really shouldn't be a problem. I'm not going to, as you can see, I haven't gone to the restaurant because I'm not interested in the stat boosts or you know, keeping my care mistakes down or trying to maximize my happiness or my discipline or my lifespan. Instead, I am just training in the green gym, taking my Digimon to the toilet, letting my Digimon sleep, and you know, not feeding my Digimon, and you know, putting most of my focus into the training. I am thinking about the rookie Digimon that I am aiming for, and the stats that I will need in order to Digivolve to that Digimon, or rather the individual stat that I will need to have as my superior stat in order to Digivolve to that Digimon. But I'm also thinking ahead, thinking about the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for, so I am also training in accordance to that. You know, I do have sort of my eyes on the stats that are needed in order for me to Digivolve to the champion Digimon that I want to Digivolve to, as well as the rookie Digimon that I want to Digivolve to. When I do have a rookie Digimon, I might then need to be a bit more mindful when it comes to care mistakes and weight. In other words, I might need to be a bit more... I might need to, you know, think twice before choosing to not feed my Digimon. You know, at the moment, I'm not feeding my Digimon, and I'm not thinking much about it. But when I have a rookie Digimon, and I want to Digivolve to a champion Digimon, obviously care mistakes are going to be relevant, and weight is going to be relevant. And so, if I want to keep care mistakes down, then, you know, I wouldn't be able to never... If I want to, like, keep care mistakes down and keep weight up, then I wouldn't be able to completely neglect feeding my Digimon, because that would result in care mistakes being high and weight being low. You know, I need to be monitoring my care mistakes, and I need to be monitoring my weight as well. And I've got super carrots and hawk radishes in my inventory. Hawk radishes cause your weight to go up, whereas super carrots cause your weight to go down, giving yourself control over your Digimon's weight. Okay, we are Digivolving, and I would like to reveal that Patamon is the Digimon that I am aiming for. And Patamon is the Digimon that I have Digivolved to. And if I go on to the Digivolution guide, apparently in order to Digivolve to Biomon, you either need MP to be her superior stat, or defense to be her superior stat, or speed to be her superior stat. As for Patamon, apparently you either need HP to be the superior stat, or attack to be the superior stat, or brains to be the superior stat, and in this instance HP was my superior stat. Defense wasn't far behind, but HP was my superior stat, and so I did Digivolve to Patamon, and in this lifespan I will be aiming to go to Gear Savannah and defeat the Patamon in the Gear Savannah, while I have Patamon as my own Digimon. And Patamon is about to mess on the floor, which is about to be a care mistake. Yes, I want to go to Gear Savannah with my Patamon, and I want to defeat and recruit the opposing Patamon, which will result in the Patamon joining the city and opening the item shop. But at the moment, I believe that Sonic Jab is the only technique that I've got, which isn't a very good technique. Here's care mistake number 2. I would like to have a better choice of technique, because Sonic Jab isn't very good, my stats are very modest, and because of that, before I go to Gear Savannah and attempt to defeat Patamon, I plan to go to the Great Canyon and battle the Gotsumons, and with the hope of learning Buster Dive, because they can use Megaton Punch and Buster Dive. Megaton Punch I've already got, and Patamon can't use Megaton Punch, but Patamon can learn and use Buster Dive, and that's the technique that I would like to use against the Patamon in the Gear Savannah, and I would like to try and learn Buster Dive by defeating the Gotsumon at the Great Canyon, and apparently we've got a 16% chance of learning Buster Dive with Patamon as my Digimon. So I've got training in mind to help with defeating the Gotsumon and learning Buster Dive. I've also got training in mind when it comes to helping with defeating the Patamon in Gear Savannah, and I've got training in mind when it comes to Digivolutions. We are still at 2 care mistakes because that time Patamon used the toilet. And just to comment on Patamon's Digivolutions, there are 6 Digimon that he can Digivolve to in total. This is natural Digivolutions that we are talking about. Mojyamon, Tyrannomon, Agumon, Leomon, Angemon and Kunemon. I believe that all of those Digimon are Digimon who I haven't yet Digivolved to in this challenge, and therefore haven't yet recruited. If I begin with Mojyamon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, which I currently don't have. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3, which I don't think I've currently got. I think I've only got 2 care mistakes. The weight requirement is 35 to 45, which we are nowhere near. And the bonus condition... Oh, blue apple. The bonus condition is to either have a minimum of 28 techniques, which we are not fulfilling, or have your happiness at a minimum of 50%, which we are not fulfilling. Looking at the happiness, I would say it's probably about 20 or 25%. So currently it looks like we don't have any of the requirements for Mojyamon, and I am now heading to the Great Canyon in pursuit of Gotsumon and Buster Dive. The stat requirement for Agumon is 1000 HP and 100 attack. We don't have that. We've got the HP but not the attack. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. We don't have that. I think we've only got 2 care mistakes. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I don't think we've got that. I think our weight is too low. And then the bonus condition, either a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 15 battles. Don't have either of those either. Battle 1. But Buster Dive not learned. Fortunately, you know, out of the techniques that the Gotsumon uses, Megaton Punch and Buster Dive, we can only learn one of them, that being Buster Dive, the technique that we are after, so there's no risk of any technique interfering. One possible downside is the fact that we only have the auto command, we don't have distance or change target, which means that we won't be able to stop Patamon from defeating Gotsumon if we are in a position where Buster Dive hasn't yet been used. But that's not going to be a problem in this battle because he went to use Buster Dive straight away. For the second time, he has fallen victim to us. And that time we get the good news that we were after. Buster Dive has been learned. And before getting into the battles with Gotsumon, I was commenting on the possible Digivolutions, and I think I commented on Agumon, and that from the looks of things we didn't have any of the requirements for him. I'm now looking at Leomon, where the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 speed and 100 brains. We don't have the stat requirement for Leomon, because I know for certain that our attack is under 100 and our brains is under 100. In fact, I think our speed is under 100 as well. I think our HP is over 1,000 and our defense is over 100, and I think all of the other stats are under the thresholds. And so I think MP is under 1,000, and attack, speed and brains are all under 100, and in which case we don't have the stat requirement for Leomon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. We don't have that because we've had 2 care mistakes so far. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. I have a feeling we might be in range for that. So that's 1 requirement currently being fulfilled. And then the bonus condition, either a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. We don't have that either. We had 2 battles against Gotsumon and we are going to have 3 battles against Patamon, which will total to 5 battles, but the needed number of battles for Leomon is 10. So currently I think we've only got the weight requirement for Leomon and nothing else. Agumon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 brains, don't have that. The care mistake requirement is 0, we don't have that. The weight requirement 15 to 25, same as Leomon, I think we do have that. One of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 35 techniques, we don't have that. The other is for Patamon, is to have Patamon as your Digimon, we do have that. And in which case we currently have 2 of the requirements for Agumon. Right, well, due to our very modest stats, I'm not sure how well this is going to go, but we'll just have to see. The opposing Patamon will also have modest stats, but probably not as modest as ours. Out of the 3 techniques that Patamon uses, this Patamon, out of the 3 techniques that he uses, it is possible for us to learn all 3 of them, but I'm not interested in any of them. Dynamite Kick, Wind Cutter, Spinning Shot. Apparently, Dynamite Kick we have a 24% chance of learning. Wind Cutter we have a 13% chance of learning. And Spinning Shot we have a 10% chance of learning. That's with Patamon as our Digimon. Patamon has battle as his primary nature, and air as a secondary nature, which means that statistically he has a better probability of learning battle techniques than air techniques. It's easier for him to learn battle techniques than it is for him to learn air techniques. If a Digimon was capable, like I said about Patamon having a 24% chance of learning Dynamite Kick, and that's with him having battle as his first nature, but a Digimon who can learn Dynamite Kick but has battle as their second nature, they would have a smaller chance of learning Dynamite Kick. And a Digimon who's capable of learning Dynamite Kick and has battle as their third nature, they would have an even smaller chance of learning Dynamite Kick. For Patamon, seeing as battle is his primary nature and air is his secondary nature, it's easier for him to learn battle techniques than air techniques. And when I said about him having a 13% chance of learning Wind Cutter and a 10% chance of learning Spinning Shot, a Digimon who is capable of learning those techniques and has air as their first nature would have a better chance of learning those techniques than what Patamon has got. The chances of them learning Wind Cutter would be higher than 13%. The chances of them learning Spinning Shot would be higher than 10%. And might I say what a relief it is to finally have the item shop here in the city. And at the moment it's all thanks to Patamon. He is the one who has opened the item shop, and he's the only one who is working in the item shop. And in this instance we ended up opening the main item shop run by Patamon, Biomon, Unimon and Monochromon before the basic item shop run by Kunemon and Betamon, and that's because so far we haven't been able to recruit either of those Digimon, and well, we are not going to be seeing the basic item shop that they create because the superior item shop is already in the city. So even if we do recruit Kunemon and Betamon, they're not going to open up their shop. Kunemon will just sit in the clinic, and Betamon will just loiter in the city where that water fountain can be found. I've just acknowledged Mojyamon and Meramon, who are the only Digimon who are currently working in the secret item shop. We haven't yet recruited Devimon or Numamon, who are the other Digimon who work in the secret item shop. Ninjamon is there as well, but he doesn't really serve a useful purpose in the secret item shop. And now that we've got the item shop, it would be possible to encounter Pixiemon and buy the training manual. And Pixiemon didn't show up that time, so I'll leave and re-enter. And he has shown up this time, and now we can purchase the training manual. And now working at the Green Gym is going to be more effective. We are going to get better stat increases from working at the Green Gym. And there is care mistake number 3. And Unimon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 speed. We are not fulfilling the stat requirement for Unimon because our speed is too low, even though our HP is where it needs to be. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3, which we are currently fulfilling. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, we are not fulfilling that. Our weight is within the range of 15 to 25. And then the bonus condition, either a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. We are not fulfilling that either, so that's just one of the requirements for Unimon at the moment. That leaves Tyrannomon, stat requirement, a 1000 HP and 100 defense, and we've just had our 4th care mistake. And I did the bonus try because I wanted my attack to go up by less when training HP, because I want my attack to stay under 100, and I've now got my attack up to 99, so I can't train my attack or my HP anymore without my attack reaching 100, and I want to keep it under 100. The stat requirement for Tyrannomon, 1000 HP and 100 defense, we do have that. And out of all of Patamon's Digimon, I believe that Tyrannomon is the only Digimon who we do have the stat requirement for. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5, We are currently fulfilling that because we have 4 care mistakes. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We are not fulfilling that. The bonus condition is either a minimum of 28 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. We are just barely fulfilling that because we have had 5 battles, which is the most number of battles that you can have in order to fulfill the bonus condition for Tyrannomon, or rather the battle side of the bonus condition, and that is something that I was mindful of. I knew that I was going to get into 3 battles with the Patamon in the Gear Savannah, and if I wanted to limit my number of battles to a maximum of 5, then I knew that when battling Gotsumon, I would have had to have learned Buster Dive with a maximum of just 2 battles, so that the 3 battles from Patamon and the 2 battles from Gotsumon would bring it up to 5 battles. And you've probably established that Tyrannomon is the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for. He's the only Digimon who I have the stat requirement for, HP and defense. All of the other stats are under the limits. I don't have the weight requirement for Tyrannomon, but I do have the care mistakes and the bonus condition, and that is 3 of the requirements in the bag. I'm now training my defense further, but I'm cautious of my brains because I want my brains to stay under 100. Just I can't train HP anymore without attack going over 100, and obviously I can't train attack anymore either without my attack going over 100. I can't train defense anymore without my brains going over 100. And obviously I can't train brains anymore without my brains going over 100. Speed, I managed to train once more while keeping it under 100. MP, if I was to do a bonus try and fouet it, then I would be able to keep MP under 1,000. Although it might be possible to fulfill the stat requirement for at least one other Digimon and still be successful with Digivolving to Tyrannomon, but it is very risky. I can't do any more training without going from not fulfilling the stat requirement for any other Digimon to fulfilling the stat requirement for any other Digimon. In Mojyamon, we've got the care mistakes, we don't have the weight. We've got the bonus condition because of our happiness, and if attack was to go up to 100, then we would have 3 of the requirements for Mojyamon. So attack has to stay under 100. Interestingly, getting attack up to 100 would also result in us fulfilling the stat requirement for Agumon. We don't currently have the care mistake requirement for Agumon, but having just 1 more care mistake would mean having the care mistake requirement for Agumon. We do currently have the weight requirement for Agumon, 25 to 35, but we don't have the bonus condition for Agumon. So it would seem that attack has to stay under 100, and we can't have any more care mistakes. Leomon, we don't have the care mistake requirement or the bonus condition. I was just waiting for Patamon's appetite to kick in. We don't have the care mistake requirement or the bonus condition, and because of that, we don't need to worry about Leomon, even if we were to end up with the stat requirement or the weight requirement, although part of the stat requirement is 100 attack, which we need to avoid. The rest is 100 speed and 100 brains. But I am choosing not to do any more training and to simply pass the time by resting instead. Agumon, we don't have the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement. As long as our weight stays above 25, we won't have the weight requirement. For Agumon, we do obviously have the bonus. Okay, we are digivolving. We do obviously have the bonus condition for Agumon because we've got Patamon as our Digimon, but the stat requirement was also out of the question as long as MP stays under 1000 and brains stays under 100. Tyrannomon is our Digimon, which is great news. Kunemon, keeping our speed under 100 meant not fulfilling the stat requirement for Kunemon, because the other part of the stat requirement was 1000 HP, which we did have, so it was important that we kept speed under 100. We didn't have the care mistake requirement for Kunemon. We did have the weight requirement, and we didn't have the bonus condition either. It's a good thing that we managed to keep our number of battles under 10, because that was a bonus condition. Well, actually, it's a good thing that we managed to keep our number of battles down, because battles was a bonus condition for some of Patamon's Digivolutions. A minimum of 10 battles was the requirement for at least one of them. A minimum of 15 battles was the requirement for at least one of them. So it was good that we kept our number of battles down. The fact that we had 5 battles in total meant having the bonus condition for Tyrannomon, which wasn't actually necessary because we also had the stats and the weight and the care mistakes. So it would have been okay if our battles had gone over 5, but it might not have been okay if our battles had gone as high as 10 or 15. I did well with the care mistakes, because by having 4 care mistakes, I had the care mistake requirement for Tyrannomon while ruling out the care mistake requirement for some of the Digimon, and I did well by getting HP up to 1000 and defense up to 100 and keeping the other stats down, because that meant not fulfilling the stat requirements for any of the other Digimon, which meant that in order for it to have been possible for me to have Digivolved to the Digimon, I would have needed to have fulfilled all 3 of the other requirements for one individual Digimon, which I didn't. Tyrannomon was the only Digimon where I had the stat requirement, and I had all of the other requirements as well. And I have returned to the Dino region to speak to Tyrannomon and recruit him. Once again, I can't speak to Digimon to confirm my number of prosperity points, because that will trigger the battle against Greymon. In order for it to be permittable for me to do that, I need to speak to Digimon either when I've got Greymon as my Digimon, so that it would be okay for me to then trigger Greymon, because I would have Greymon myself and I could battle him and recruit him, or I would have to speak to Greymon when I've got a baby Digimon in training Digimon or rookie Digimon, and that is what I've been doing lately. I've been checking my number of prosperity points with either baby Digimon or in training Digimon or rookie Digimon, so that I can be provided with my number of prosperity points without triggering Greymon. And since we've recruited Tyrannomon, Nanimon will now be here in the Dino region. There he is, and this will be our first time of encountering him, which means that he will drop the key accessory, which means that we can now carry 20 items instead of 10. You can encounter Nanimon at 5 separate locations, and you have to encounter Nanimon at all 5 of those locations in order for him to join the city. So speaking to Nanimon at the 5th location will result in Nanimon joining the city, which means that if we speak to Nanimon at all 5 of the locations, when we speak to Nanimon at the 5th and final location, we would have to speak to him while our own Digimon is Nanimon, so that we would be recruiting Nanimon with Nanimon. But with the 4 other encounters, we can speak to Nanimon with any Digimon, because those 4 encounters alone don't result in Nanimon joining the city. It's the 5th encounter that results in him joining the city. The first encounter, he drops the accessory which enables you to carry 20 items instead of 10, and the 5th time you encounter him, as well as joining the city, he drops the key accessory which enables you to carry 30 items instead of 20. Nothing special happens when you encounter him the 2nd time, or 3rd time, or 4th time. And when you do recruit him, there's no pop-up saying Nanimon joins the city, but if you speak to Digimon, then Digimon confirms that Nanimon has joined the city. And even though I have now recruited Patamon and Tyrannomon, and even though I don't plan on Digivolving any further in this lifespan, my plan is to fade away as Tyrannomon. I do actually plan to do some training, and the reason for that is because there is something that I would like to do with Tyrannomon. It won't result in the recruitment of any Digimon, nor will it even take steps towards recruiting any Digimon, but it will make the challenge easier. It will... Okay, I learnt Dynamite Kick, but I don't really care about it. There's something else. There's a couple of other things that I've got on mind which won't result in any recruitments or lead towards any recruitments, but it will put me in a better position and it will make the challenge easier. So, and what I need to do does require getting into battles. So because of that, I am now training at the Green Gym, and I'm going to be using Super Carrots and Hawk Radishes accordingly, and I'm also going to be eating at the restaurant to help with keeping the effects of the Super Carrots and Hawk Radishes, as well as the stat gains that I'm going to be getting from eating at the restaurant. Even if you don't feed a different food item to your Digimon, the effects of Hawk Radishes and Super Carrots do wear off eventually. I'm not sure exactly how long we're talking. We could be talking 1 day, we could be talking 2 or 3 days, but the effects do wear off eventually. But by eating at the restaurant, we can keep the effects for as long as possible, and if the effects wear off, then we can just feed our Digimon another super carrot or horseradish. And if we decide that we want to stop training one stat and start training a different stat, and that we would be required to feed our Digimon either a super carrot or a horseradish in order to get the optimal stat gain from training the new stat, then obviously I will do that. Like, for example, we currently have the benefits of a super carrot, which means gaining more stats when training MP, brains and attack. And brains is what we have been training, which is why I gave Tyrannomon a super carrot. But if I was to like stop training brains and start training, say, like HP or defense or speed, where you need a horseradish in order to get the extra stat gain, then I would feed a horseradish to my Digimon so that I would then get better stat gains from training those stats. Eating at the restaurant has been putting my happiness up by a lot, and I've then been scolding Tyrannomon to put my discipline up. It has also been causing my happiness to go down, but I've not been worried about that, because I know that by continuing to eat at the restaurant, my happiness will continue to go up. So instead of just having my happiness go to the very maximum and then continue to do things that would boost happiness but gain no further effect because of the fact that my happiness is already at the maximum, what I instead have been doing is, when my happiness has been at the maximum or thereabouts, I've then been scolding Tyrannomon to boost my discipline at the expense of my happiness, and then from doing things that cause happiness to go back up, my happiness has been going back up, compensating for the scolding that I've been doing. And Meramon is the Digimon who I would much rather be seeing at the restaurant, because his most expensive foods boost attack and brains, which are two of the attacks that I'm most focused on. Tyrannomon's foods boost defense and speed, and possibly HP, which I'm less focused on. But Meramon is the Digimon who's going to be at the restaurant for most of each day, because we recruited Meramon first, which meant that he was the Digimon working at the restaurant for the entire 24-hour period. We have added Tyrannomon to the restaurant, but Tyrannomon is only going to be working at the restaurant during his fixed period, which I think is roughly between 6 AM and 12 PM, so midday, and I think Meramon will be the Digimon working at the restaurant for all of the other hours. It's just there are 4 main Digimon who work at the restaurant, who all have like fixed shifts. Garulamon, I think, is roughly midnight until 6 AM. Tyrannomon, I think, is roughly 6 AM to midday. Meramon, I think, is roughly midday to 6 PM. And then Frigimon, I think, is roughly 6 PM until midnight. And if I had all 4 of the Digimon in the restaurant, then that would be how the shifts would be. But since I recruited Meramon first, he was working at the restaurant for the whole 24-hour period, and we've recruited Tyrannomon as well, but it's not going to be a case of each Digimon is going to do 12 hours. It's a case of Tyrannomon is just going to do his individual shift, which is roughly 6 hours a day, roughly 6 AM until midday, and then Meramon will do the other 18 hours, or however much it would be. If we were to then recruit one of the other restaurant Digimon, then they would also do their 6 hours, along with Tyrannomon doing his 6 hours, and then Meramon would be left doing 12 hours. And then if we were to recruit the 4th and final restaurant Digimon, then they would all do their own individual shifts, which would be about 6 hours each. If we were to recruit Frigimon now, then Frigimon would roughly do 6 PM until midnight, Tyrannomon would roughly do 6 AM until midday, but then Meramon would roughly do midday until 6 PM, as well as roughly midnight until 6 AM. Whereas if you were to recruit Garulamon instead of Frigimon, then Garulamon would roughly do midnight until 6 AM, Tyrannomon would roughly do 6 AM until midday, and then Meramon would roughly do midday until midnight. Okay, Tyrannomon needs the toilet, but by scolding him and boosting his discipline, I'm hoping that he will hold on for over an hour, long enough for us to train once more and still make it to the toilet in time. And that was the case. As Tyrannomon needed the toilet, I trained once more, but where his discipline was so high, I still managed to make it to the toilet in time, despite an extra hour going by from training. And that's why I scolded him and boosted his discipline. Tyrannomon certainly is a greedy Digimon who likes to eat a lot of food. Vadermon and Digitamamon also work at the restaurant, but they don't have fixed shifts. They show up randomly I think the chances of Vadermon showing up are roughly 1 in 3. I think the chances of Digitamamon showing up are roughly 1 in 10. And it is completely random. They could show up at any point during the day. So if you were to go to the restaurant when it's meant to be Garulamon's shift, you could encounter Vadermon or Digitamamon instead. And the same is true with all of the other shifts. Like if you were to go when it's meant to be Meramon's shift, or Tyrannomon's shift, or Frigimon's shift, you know, you might encounter Vadermon or Digitamamon instead. It's completely random as far as I'm aware. I think that Tyrannomon, Frigimon, Meramon and Garulamon are the 4 main restaurant Digimon who have fixed shifts, and then Vadermon and Digitamamon show up more rarely, although the stat gains that you get from eating their foods is better than the stat gains that you get from eating other Digimon's foods. I've said that I don't want Tyrannomon to Digivolve, and the 2 Digimon that he can Digivolve to are MetalGreymon and MegaDramon. And I'm just looking at the stat requirements. Okay, and I'm pleased to say that it should be easy enough to avoid any risk of Tyrannomon Digivolving to either of the Digimon. The reason why I say that is because part of the stat requirement for MetalGreymon is 3000 MP, and part of the stat requirement for MegaDramon is 5000 MP, which means that if we keep MP under 3000, then we won't fulfill the stat requirement for either of the Digimon, and currently our MP is just 1500. Also, the weight requirement for MegaDramon is 50 to 60, whereas the weight requirement for MetalGreymon is 60 to 70, which means that as long as our weight range is not within the range of 50 to 70, then we won't fulfill the weight requirement for either MegaDramon or MetalGreymon, and that will be enough to rule out any chance of us Digivolving to either of those Digimon. And when I last checked, our weight was over 70. And I imagine that, you know, our weight is only going in one direction. I imagine our weight is only going upwards due to how much Tyrannomon eats and the fact that we are eating the restaurant food, which does cause your Digimon's weight to go up by a lot. Meramon's most expensive food causes your weight to go up by 4 each time, and very commonly when Tyrannomon wants to eat, he will eat Meramon's most expensive food 3 times, which will put his weight up by 12 from a single visit. Okay, our weight is 78, So we don't have the weight requirement or the stat requirement for either MetalGreymon or MegaDramon, and that is enough for us to rule out the risk of us digivolving to either of those Digimon without needing to investigate any further. Just to go over the requirements anyway, the stat requirement for MetalGreymon is 4000 HP, 3000 MP, 500 attack, 500 defense, 300 speed, and 300 brains. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 10. The weight requirement is 60 to 70, and there are 3 elements to the bonus condition. One is to have a minimum of 30 techniques, one is to have a minimum of 30 battles, the other is for discipline to be at a minimum of 95%. As for MegaDramon, the stat requirement is 3000 HP, 5000 MP, 500 attack, 300 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. The care mistake requirement is the same as MetalGreymon's, maximum of 10. The weight requirement is 50 to 60, a bit less than MetalGreymon's. Although if your weight was to be bang on 60, then I suppose you would be fulfilling the weight requirement for both of the Digimon. And then there's 2 elements to the bonus condition, either 30 techniques or 30 battles. I think that's the same as what was needed for MetalGreymon minus the discipline. And it is a bit ironic that, you know, earlier in this lifespan, when I was being a bad tamer to my baby Digimon and in training Digimon, you know, not feeding them and certainly not taking them to the restaurant. And then when I had Patamon and I did, you know, feed him to, so that I didn't end up with too many care mistakes. I don't think the weight was a problem in the end, although if I had ended up having more than 5 battles with Patamon, then I wouldn't have had the bonus condition for Tyrannomon, and in which case the weight would have been relevant. But I think I did have the weight requirement. I think my weight was within the range of 25 to 35, but you know, I wasn't particularly focused on stats when I had Patamon as my Digimon. I wasn't eating at the restaurant. I only got HP over 1000 and defense over 100, and kept the other stats down to help with the Digivolution. The Digivolution of going from Patamon to Tyrannomon, that is. I mean, I knew that, well, I mean, when I had Patamon, I wanted Buster Dive, and I knew that that would have meant defeating Gotsumon, and I didn't expect him to be a particularly tough opponent. And then once I had Buster Dive, I didn't expect the battle against Patamon to be too difficult. So I was thinking to myself that, you know, I wasn't going to need spectacular stats, and the recruitment of Tyrannomon, you know, wasn't going to require me to get into any battles while having Tyrannomon as my Digimon, because I had already done the battles when I had Centaurumon as my Digimon in the previous lifespan. But then it occurred to me that there's something else that I could do with Tyrannomon, something involving battles, and therefore making stats relevant. I've already said that I'm not going to be recruiting any Digimon. You know, the battles that I'm going to be getting into, I'm not going to be making any recruitments from them, nor am I going to be making any progress towards recruitments from them. The objective is to learn techniques. There are 2 techniques that I have in mind, which I think will come in handy in this challenge. One of them is Muscle Charge, and the other is War Cry, and I plan on trying to learn these techniques from battles, and I'm hoping to learn Muscle Charge from the Mud Frigimons here in Mount Panorama, and apparently Tyrannomon has a 19% chance of learning Muscle Charge and a 22% chance of learning War Cry. I'm going to try and learn Muscle Charge first, and it's going to be my attempts to learn Muscle Charge are going to come from battling the Mud Frigimons in the area that I am about to enter. And I think Prominence Beam is the best choice of attack to have. I think it will take a maximum of 2 Prominence Beams to defeat a Mud Frigimon, and I'm hoping to get a second Mud Frigimon on screen, and I did. And yes, I can easily pick the distance command in order to wait for them to use Muscle Charge before killing them if they don't use Muscle Charge quickly. But that one used it straight away, so now I can defeat them both. Battle 1. And Muscle Charge learned in one try. During that battle, when the Mud Frigimon was running around, I didn't want to attempt to hit him with Prominence Beam because of the risk of it missing due to the fact that Mud Frigimon was running around, so I just stayed on the spot and waited for a better opportunity to attack. It took 2 Prominence Beams to defeat each Mud Frigimon as I predicted, and I had the distance command available to me should I have needed it in order to refrain from defeating the Mud Frigimon if I was to end up needing to wait for Muscle Charge to get used. And I attempt to learn Warcry in this very area here from this Kunemon lookalike. I hope to learn Warcry. There it is. And that's my final Muscle Charge. Defeated in 1. Can I get Warcry in 1 try, like Muscle Charge? No, I'm going to need to try again. But Muscle Charge and Warcry are 2 techniques that I think have the potential to really come in handy throughout this challenge. Muscle Charge to greatly boost your attack, and then Warcry to boost your attack, defense and speed, or by a modest amount. I think that it will come in handy throughout the game, with the battles that we are going to be getting into. Had to wait a bit for it to get used. And we've learned it. We've now got both Muscle Charge and Warcry. And I no longer need to be in Gear Savannah anymore. This is the bit where I go back to the city.